Check 1 2. Testing audio 1 2 3. 1 2 3.
Good evening. Welcome to the April 24th, 2019 Board of Trustees meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Our first item will be the Pledge of Allegiance. Trustee Baxter, can you lead us to the Pledge of Allegiance, please? All rise.
Happy to. In honor of Earth Day, which was yesterday, let us thank our country for its leadership in environmentalism and say the pledge. Repeat after me. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter, for the preamble. That was wonderful. We will now move on to item 1.3, roll call. Madam Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Virginia Baxter.
Here.
Vivian Malauulu.
Here.
Uduak Joe Intuk.
Present.
Doug Otto. Sunny Zia.
Here.
Student Trustee Jones.
Here.
Great. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Item 1.4, approval of minutes of the March 27th, 2019 regular Board of Trustees meeting. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Intuk, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. Madam Secretary, can you please call the roll?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto. And Sunny Zia.
Aye.
And Student Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Thank you. We will now move on to item 1.5, Superintendent President Report. Before I hand off the floor to Superintendent President Dr. Romali, I'd like to take a minute to announce that our very own Superintendent President Dr. Romali has been honored with a series of awards recognizing her contributions to higher education and the communities the Long Beach City College, the Long Beach Community College District serves. Congratulations to Dr. Romali on recently receiving the following. The California Community Colleges Classified Senate selected her as the 2019 Excellence in Servant Leadership Award recipient for her support of the involvement of classified professionals in participatory governance. She was nominated by our Classified Senate President, Annie Engel. Thank you, Annie. Also, she was presented by the Long Beach branch NAACP. They presented her with an inspiring and phenomenal woman award for serving as an outstanding female role model. At the annual Mother and Daughter Conference of the Kamar Parent Association, she was awarded with the Indra Devi Award for the inspirational example she sets for females in education. Indra Devi was queen of the Kamar Empire and was a professor of 3 temple schools where she regularly educated female students. We are so thrilled that we have someone of Dr. Romali's caliber leading Long Beach City College. Congratulations, Dr. Romali. Well deserved. I'm so proud of you, Superintendent President Dr. Romali, and I would submit that that's the general sentiment and the sentiment of the board. But with that, I'd like to give you the floor for your report.
Thank you. I particularly like the title Queen. We might want to look at that in my next contract. I'm kidding. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dario is going to put up a wonderful flyer that you can hear about CTE night. It's going to be held on Friday, May 17th, 4 to 8 over at PCC. You're going to see LBCC's robotics in action. You're going to see virtual reality welding machines, our electrical programs, real traffic signals, 3D printing from advanced manufacturing, auto tech, a mini car show. So really, you do not want to miss this. Please mark your calendars. We also have our brand new campus community newsletter out. Do not hesitate to pick up a copy on your way out the door. You'll love all the happenings in there. Shout out to Joshua Castellanos and his team for putting that together. Yesterday, I want to thank President Zia and Trustee Vivian Malauulu, Vice President Malauulu, and Trustee Dr. Ginny Baxter for coming out to our press conference where we announced the grand opening of the Center for Community and Industry Partnerships, which pairs local businesses with students who want to have internship opportunities and future job opportunities. So students, if you are looking for an internship or a job opportunity after you graduate, you're going to want to make sure to get in touch with this center so that we can hook you up with that. Over 50 employers have already signed up. Not a single person said no. And we're going to make sure that you have these. There's tremendous names on this list. Phillips Steel, Assemblymember Anthony Rendon and Patrick O'Donnell, Boeing, Tarzana Treatment Centers, Mathnasium, Lakewood Chamber of Commerce, the City of Lakewood, the Port of Long Beach, Englander, Kannabe, Allen, City of Lakewood, College Medical Center, Boy Scouts of America. You don't want to miss it. These are going to be great internships and jobs for you students. So please note that we're going to get more information to you about that. That would be a fantastic news article. And while I'm on the subject of news articles, in the public speaking today is going to be Professor Pat McCain. He has brought his students to our board meeting to learn more about how to cover government meetings. And perhaps now would be a time to do that public speaking, or would you like to wait until after the report?
I think it may be more prudent, unless, Pat, you guys are under a time constraint, because we were going to hear you here under non-agenda items, public. But if you're on a time constraint, I can reorder it. Okay, fantastic. I'm going to try to get everybody out before 9 o'clock tonight, just because I want to make sure this is as painless as possible of a meeting. So that's my commitment. Yeah, thank you, Pat.
Also, you heard about the President's Task Force on Race, Equity, and Inclusion that will put together a team of faculty, staff, and administrators to discuss race and diversity and how we diversify the campus more, from our hiring to our vendor selection to student success. It will operate as a task force, which means it will operate on a short-term basis, and then its recommendations will fold naturally into our shared governance system. So far, 73 people from all walks of the campus have volunteered and told very passionate stories. So we're going to start that in late September. My honorary co-chair is Dr. Mike Munoz, head of student services. We are going to be doing a survey, Trustee Entuck, with USC to try and do a campus climate survey to try and identify what some of the issues are. So I want to thank you, Trustee Entuck, for your suggestion that we look at them. That was a great suggestion. Also, Vice President Malauulu, I know you're going to love this. You have been very helpful in keeping communications with our students at the front and center of what you would love to see, and you've been a tremendous advocate for that. So every Monday, we've been sending out a new type of message. It's a text message that's kind of an offshoot from In the Loop, and it's called Student in the Loop. It's a weekly newsletter that contains all of the happenings around campus, and we've been hearing back from the students that you guys love that. I hope I'm right? So, okay, I see some nodding heads. That's great. So it's a new way that we're communicating. We've also selected the campus commencement speaking committee has selected, and she has agreed, the wonderful Veronica Miracle, who is a general assignment reporter for ABC 7 Eyewitness News and has served as a fill-in anchor and often as a lead news reporter for the evening news broadcasts, has agreed to be our graduation speaker. She was born in Osaka, Japan, and so the students are going to find her very, very inspiring. If you look over here to this lovely display, I know you guys know that Joshua Castellanos and his team do an amazing job, but that's not just one award over there. That's a whole bunch of awards that they have won at the CC Pro conference last week. They placed first place in the manipulative photo category, First place for television public service announcement. Second place for a series of brochures about academic programs. Third place for the December issue of Campus Community Newsletter. And third place for social media management. And third place for the new Athletic Viking logo design. So we want to congratulate the entire team. Now, Mr. Husak, Dr. Husak, we're going to call attention to your wonderful team. We're going to congratulate the Vikings volleyball team. Our number 3 Long Beach City College Vikings defeated the number 6 Santiago Canyon Hawks 3-1 in the first round of the CCCAA regional playoffs for their 12th consecutive win. The Vikings are going to return to the court. I sound like a sports writer, don't I? The Vikings are going to return to the court in the state championship semifinals against number 2 El Camino tomorrow at Fullerton College, so go Vikings. I also want to call your attention. We have placed on each board member's dais a copy of the ACCJC accrediting standards. We've gone through some training on that, and we will be going through additional training. The CEO of ACCJC, Dr. Richard Wynn, is going to be coming to give us some wonderful training on that. And I also wanted to give you, I believe we have do we have this, Joshua, for every seat? If not, we can get it for you. We had talked to you back in the day about opening 2 welcome centers on each campus so that we could drive up the applicant to conversion ratio. And Joshua and Dwayne Schaefer and his team have done just that. In 1 year, they have driven up the clicking. We've got the click stats. I know students, you're going to know what that is. From the students who click on CCC, apply to a completed application. In January, they brought it up from 32% to 43%. In February, they brought it up from 31% last year to 38% this year. In March, they brought it up from 31% to 38% this year. So huge growth in moving from application to enrollee. So the strategies that the marketing team and Dwayne's Welcome Center team are really working on, I knew that you'd be really excited to hear that. And Madam President, that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent President Dr. Romali. Fantastic report as usual. And congratulations, Joshua Castellanos and your team. You continue to impress us, and statistics we love, and you always exceed expectations. So with that, item 1.6, the ASB President Report. Gianpaolo, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the ASB President's Report, just want to say, Board of Trustees, Superintendent President Romali, the Vice President, faculty and staff, fellow students, good evening. For my report, the Student Life celebrated the month of April with the Sexual Assault Awareness Campaign, which is a campaign to raise awareness about sexual violence and educate communities on how to prevent it. The events include the Consent Day, the Clothesline Project, Denim Day, and Take Back the Night March. The Student Life is continually involved with the Save Some Training workshop series, and will be recognizing May as AAPI Month, or Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders Month, as a cultural awareness campaign. The Student Life will be hosting a 5K run and walk fundraiser for the Viking Closet that will be available for students who are experiencing resource insecurity. This will be held at the Veterans Stadium on May 4th and will be starting at 10 a.m. The Viking Activities Council will present a music festival after the event. In the Viking Activities Council, the annual spring scene concluded last 5th of April with 7 acts by the students of LBCC showcasing their talents for the crowd. An upcoming event includes the annual mini Grand Prix that is happening on April 27 in the Pacific Coast campus that will start at 10 a.m. 8 of the ASB cabinet members went to Sacramento for the General Assembly last April 5 to 7, which was attended by 60 out of 140 community colleges. Some of the resolutions that the Associate Student Body supported are the following. The overnight parking resolution, in line with the AB 302, reached a unanimous decision from all the members of the colleges. There was also overwhelming support for housing insecurities, student compensation, more equitable approach to cost of textbooks, and banning the access codes. The LAC and PCC Club Senate are having their end of the semester Student Life Awards reception on May 23rd, and the ASB will be having their ASB banquet on May 31st at the Grand from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. And I just want to extend the invitation for everyone. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Gianpaolo. Item 1.7, Student Trustees Report. Student Trustee Jones, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Once again, thank you all for being here tonight and participating. I'd like to start off just briefly to discuss about a few of the things that I had been up to for the past month since we last met on behalf of our students. Got a chance on the 30th of March to present the findings of the research at UCLA. And I bring that up because at the General Assembly conference that our president just spoke about, one of the resolutions that was passed actually was on the same subject of my research. So I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one interested in that topic of compensation for student leadership in general. We'll see where that goes as it makes its way through legislation. Also, on the 3rd of April, I attended the Viking Preview Day. We had a huge turnout. We had a couple of radio stations come out, and we welcomed high schools from the local area to come out and check out what Long Beach City College has available. Got a chance to be there and work with the Amen booth. We got a chance to interact with a lot of the students who expressed interest in not only coming to Long Beach City College, but finding out what other resources Long Beach City College has available for African American male students here. Also, looking ahead on the 4th to 7th, as our president explained already, attended the General Assembly for the Student Senate of California Community Colleges to advocate on the behalf of these resolutions. I did pass along a completed list of all the resolutions along with the position that we took and the final result. If there's any more, I have a few extra copies if you guys would like to have these. Thank you. And on the 16th, I had the wonderful opportunity and pleasure to be invited to Pat McKean's journalism class. I did a brief PowerPoint about the role of the student trustee and how my experience has been here. Hopefully, I didn't bore them too much with my presentation there. And on the 27th, the 26th and 27th coming up, I will be advocating again for college affordability at our OER conference. It's going to be here on the 26th from 2 to 3 in the library, and on the 27th at Camp Rise at San Bernardino Community College. Myself and a few other of our student leaders will be there to, again, advocate for the College Affordability Act and support Senate Bill 291 and similar legislation coming down. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you, Student Trustee Jones. I love this, by the way. I think it's very effective, and I'd love to pick your brain on why some of these motions failed and get the background story perhaps at a different time.
The credit for that goes to our ASB president, Gianpaolo.
Oh, fantastic. I love how you guys work so well together. So item 1.8, we will now move on to item 1.8, LBCCFA bargaining president. Kristen, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent President Dr. Ramali, Board President Zia, and distinguished board members. My report this evening is very brief. I just want to thank this board for its support of the LGBTQ plus Safe Zone workshops and Safe Zone ally training for faculty in the larger campus community. It's long overdue at this campus, so thank you. I also want to extend a thank you for the district's ongoing commitment and efforts regarding campus and classroom safety. Faculty look forward to continued support from the district and opportunities to create good working conditions for faculty and for our students, so thank you.
Thank you, Kristen. Item 1.9, AFT bargaining president's report. Susan, welcome.
Good evening. Good evening, Board President Zia, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Ramali, vice presidents, colleagues, and community, and students. I want to thank Dr. Ramali for the lunch meeting she held last month in March with the classified staff. The staff appreciate being able to meet with you and share their concerns and ideas with you, and they feel that connection is very important, and thank you very much. I also want to let you know that we're currently planning the classified employee recognition luncheon that we have annually, and it will be held on May 24th at LAC. And in May, we also will begin to start planning the Classified Professional Development Day. And congratulations to you, Dr. Romali, on those wonderful awards for your leadership. You're definitely a role model for us. And thank you for the CTE event night. It's so nice to hear the trades are coming back. Thank you very much. Good evening.
Thank you, Susan. Item 1.10, CHI Bargaining President's Report. I don't see Karen Roberts in the room. Item 1.11, reordering of the agenda. I didn't get any requests, but do any trustees want to reorder? Okay, item.
Did Trustee Baxter want to move up something?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
I believe Superintendent President was going to make the remarks in her report. Yeah, we're going to do it then. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. Item 1.12, public comments on agenda items. The public is allowed to address the board before or during the consideration of any item on the agenda. A total of 3 minutes will be allotted to each speaker with a maximum of 20 minutes to each subject, unless extended by the board president. I didn't get any cards on the agenda items, public comments, so we will move on to item 1.13, opportunities for members of the public to comment on CHI LBCC's initial bargaining proposal to the district. This is the time set aside for the public to express its views on CHI LBCC's initial bargaining proposal to the district per proposal item 6.1. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? This is in accordance with Government Code Section 3547. The public has the opportunity to comment on the proposal. I don't hear anyone. I don't see anyone wanting to speak. I now declare this public hearing closed. We will now move on to item 1.14. Opportunity for members of the public to comment on the district's initial bargaining proposal to CHI LBCC. The district's initial bargaining proposal to CHI LBCC was sunshine at the Board of Trustees meeting on March 27, 2019, in accordance with Government Code Section 3547. The public now has an opportunity to comment on the proposal. The proposal can be viewed on item 6.2 for the public. Are there any members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Hearing no response, I now declare this public hearing closed. We will now move on to item 2.1, resolution of classified school employee week. The recommended action, this is an action item that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 042419A, declaring the week of May 19 through 25th, 2019 as classified school employee week, and is recognized by the state of California through a bill signed by the governor in 1986. The third week of May has been designated as Classified School Employee Week and is recognized by the state of California through a bill signed by the governor in 1986. Do I have a motion? So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Trustee Ntuk. Are there any questions, comments, discussion? Hearing none, Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
And Student Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Item 2.2, nomination of Trustee Vivian Malauulu for the Equity Award through ACCT. It gives me great pleasure to nominate Vice President Malauulu this is going to be an action that we support the nomination of the Vice President Vivian Malauulu for the Equity Award through ACCT as submitted and as recommended by myself. It will be for this prestigious award that ACCT has, and with that, I'd like to call for a motion.
So
So
moved.
move.
I'd like to recuse myself from the discussion if I can, although I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I'm going to step out. And I was just going to ask if there's any way my name could be corrected on that, just the spelling of the last name. But I'm going to be in the back for a few seconds. Thank you.
Okay, so I believe Trustee Baxter made the motion and Trustee Intook seconded. Or was it Trustee Otto? I can't remember. There was like simultaneously. We'll go with Trustee. You guys decide. It was a joint second. We'll go with, yeah.
I have Baxter and Intuck.
Okay.
Is that correct?
All right,
Okay.
let's go ahead and take the vote.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu. Nope. I'm going to abstain.
Who's going to abstain?
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia,
Aye.
and Student Trustee Jones.
Aye.
All right, great. The motion passes. Good luck to Vice President Malauulu. Item 2.3, revised board policy and administrative regulation on board travel. This is the first reading on the revised board policy regulation 2001. The board travel was presented for first reading at the board meeting of September 12, 2018, and approval at the October 23, 2018 meeting, but the motion failed. The reference board policy and administrative regulation have been reviewed and revised, and changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal codes and align with current practice. So with that, since this is not an action item and a first reading, I'd like to open it up to, well, first of all, do staff want to speak on this before I give the floor to members of the board?
Don't I need to make a motion?
I believe it's not an action item, so
Oh,
it's
it's
just the
not?
first reading.
Oh, sorry.
We don't need, yeah, that's, okay, so since I hear no need for comment or input from staff, I'd like to open it up. This is something that Trustee Baxter had requested come back to the board. So does anyone have any questions, comments?
Trustee Zia, the reason why I brought this up is because I believe that the trustee should take a active role in modeling what the other labor groups have done as far as reducing the expenses of the college, and therefore that's why I am resubmitting this for approval.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter. And I think the changes are, the substantive changes for the benefit of the public is that before we had a dollar threshold of, I believe it was set by Trustee Intook for $3,300 per trustee. It was about a 25% reduction, and instead, the framing of this policy is more focused as a function of how many conferences and meetings each trustee will go to. So does anybody have any comments, questions before we proceed? I'm not hearing any. Is everyone okay with this for us to bring it back for a second reading? Does anybody have any objections? Okay. Well, with that, we will move on to item 2.5. Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 2014, Board of Trustees Code of Ethics, Standard of Practice.
2.4.
2.4.
Thank you. I must be seeing double. Item 2.4. This is the first reading for the reference revised board policy and administrative regulation of the Board of Trustees Code of Ethics, Standard of Practice, and it has been revised and changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal codes and align with current practice. I believe we got it's 2.4.
2.4.
I see. Okay, thank you for my fellow engineer here. It's fantastic. I apologize. Item 2.4, I thought I said item 2.14 and you guys corrected me on that. We will go on to item 2.4, a revised board policy delegation of authority to superintendent president. This is a public first reading, and it is a delegation of authority to superintendent president. The reference policy has been reviewed and revised, and changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal codes and align with current practice. Are there any questions, comments? Any requests for changes? Okay, now we will move on to item 2.5. And again, forgive me for the error on my part. This is the revised board policy on code of ethics and standards of practice. It is the first reading. And again, this revision has been made, the revisions and changes have been made as a result to make sure we ensure with legal code compliance and align with the practices. Are there any questions, comments on this item? Trustee Otto?
No, I'm all right with this one.
Okay, and this was something that Trustee Otto had requested, so I hope it meets your expectation, Trustee Otto. I have a question, so I'll just take a minute. So I just want to make sure that it's clear. I really applaud staff for really taking a thoughtful approach to this. It's my understanding that you surveyed other districts, correct? And how many, it was quite an extensive search, right? Okay. So I just want to make sure, I know we have our counsel here to opine and someone who teaches about ethics in the state, just for the sake of, for my edification. On page, this is on the administrative regulation piece. On page 4, the superintendent-president board relationship, 2014.5, item B, it states that promote a healthy working relationship with the superintendent-president and his or her staff. So I just wanted to kind of examine that and explore, and make sure there's a common understanding amongst ourselves what we define as healthy and what is acceptable as far as working relationship goes. So I wanted to see if we can expand on this or perhaps like have examples provided. So if I can ask Jack Lipton, our counsel with Burke Williams, to come up to the podium to give us some examples of what would be considered healthy under this item. Thank you. Welcome, Jack.
Thank you. Thank you, Trustee Zia. Thank you for having me here. And Trustee Zia, you're asking about the provision there on page 4 under 2014.5B?
Yes.
Okay, it says promote a healthy working relationship with the superintendent president and his or her staff, and that could encompass a wide scope of behaviors between the trustees and the superintendent president, but it basically means that the relationship has to be respectful in everything that encompasses, respectful in a civility sense, and also respectful in terms of not unnecessarily imposing on the time of the CEO or of any other administrator for that matter. So it's a broad concept. Generally, a code of ethics does not provide specific examples, but provides a general principle for the trustees to cover. But that's generally what it's intended to cover, to be respectful, both in a civility sense and also in terms of the time of the CEO.
Okay, so I just want to make sure, because this is an area that I have heard our superintendent president express that we could as board members, perhaps we need to do better on being more mindful on how much we spend getting involved or add, like, pretty much infringing on her time and the time of staff. And what I like to see is like what is common. And this is something that the superintendent president has brought up on a numerous occasions. So I want to be respectful to that and perhaps codify it here or provide a little bit more explanation so it's not, because it's in the eye of the beholder, it could be viewed as subjective. So what is commonly viewed as a healthy involvement or request on time of a superintendent president? Is this something that we need to look into or perhaps expand, like based on your experience in the state and other districts that you work with?
Well, frankly, this is a common issue when I teach my ethics workshops at the CCLC. This is a type of question that, frankly, comes up frequently, both by the CEOs and by the trustees. Ultimately, the board itself will have to determine what is an appropriate level of interchange between the individual trustees and the superintendent president. But I think in a general sense, trustees understand that the superintendent president has a big job to do, and if there's disproportionate interaction by, say, one or two trustees on the superintendent president's time, that is potentially harmful to the college itself because it takes away from other duties that she needs to do. So in a general sense, it is an issue, and it's one that I frequently hear about statewide.
So, Superintendent President, if I may ask, I know you've raised this before. How much time do you spend addressing, board members' questions and on a weekly basis, and requests and information, and just how much time are we taking from your time on a weekly, on average?
I'm thinking out loud. I would say easily 30 plus hours a week, but please don't think I work a 40-hour week.
I know you work for.
I would say easily over 30 hours a week. We have, I recall, and that's just off the top of my head, I recall we had talked at a previous meeting about the balance, and we talked about being a good superintendent versus being a good president and finding the balance. So I would say a little bit over 30 hours. That's in addition to time that the vice presidents spend, I'm going to say 10 plus hours a week for each of you, roughly, if I had to make an estimate, 10 plus hours a week for each of you. So that's a rough estimate. And we balance the work of the superintendent and the district office functions with the work on the student success side of the president side of the house.
So it's taken away from your work on the student success.
But it's always a balance. Everything is a give and take. So there's the superintendent work to do, and then there's the president work to do. But the superintendent work is, I would say, 30 plus hours a week and 10 plus hours a week for the vice presidents or so.
So is that considered disproportionate, or is that considered healthy according to what you see and what's common? I mean, you're the expert on the ethics and what you see with other districts. Is that excessive? Do we need to be more mindful of that as board members?
Ultimately, that's going to be a decision for the board itself, because the board establishes its own code of ethics and provisions. But frankly, when I hear, you said, Dr. O'Malley, 30 hours a week
30.
dealing with board issues.
Easily, yeah.
And that includes or doesn't include responding to requests from trustees?
No, that includes responding to requests.
I see.
Yeah.
So that for a 5-member board, that strikes me as high. I guess I would have expected it to be maybe a third of that or less.
Okay, so would you recommend that at least it sounds like we may need to just to help us as a body better understand what the expectation is for us and what we're accountable to in supporting this relationship. If I can just ask, we add a provision that we either, say, this is going to be for example, providing example, non-infringing on superintendent president's time disproportionately, something to that effect. If we can make that enhancement, that way there's a little bit more clarity on this item, I would support that, and we can bring it back for the second reading, just so there's no ambiguity of, because healthy, I mean, it's great, but it's like, it's subjective. Yes, Trustee
Is this
Inter.
on the board policy or administrative regulation?
This is on the administrative regulation, which we're going to be, because this is for board, we're going to vote on it when it comes back after the second reading.
We didn't amend or make changes to the administrative regulations. Sorry, I got a cold.
So the question, the Trustee Inter, you want me to?
I was under the understanding of our policy that we make changes to the board policy, but the superintendent president makes changes to the ARs, administrative regular. Is that correct?
Yes, that was correct. However, we've gotten some advice from Mr. Lipton that in the future, what we should do, which would be, I'm so sorry, I'll get you some cough drops.
I got one.
Oh, okay.
It was worse without it.
What he has made, and I think it's a really good recommendation as we continue to tighten up, taking a look at everything through here for accreditation, he's recommending that when we bring the admin regs forward, the board cite not approval per se, but concurrence that they adhere to the board policy that you passed. So in other words, you passed a board policy, and then I'm using administrative regulations that do concur and follow that policy. And I think that would be a good idea if we start to do that.
Yeah, and especially since it's regarding our relationship.
So that would be two separate votes then?
No, it'll be in one vote under one item, right, Mr. Lipton?
Maybe you
It'll
can
come
explain
with
that
the
better than me, Mr. Lipton?
Well, I think the trustee is correct that in most cases, not in the 2000 series, but for all the other policies and regulations, it's appropriate for the CEO, the superintendent president, to draft the administrative regulations, although I think it's appropriate in those cases for the board to ratify them to ensure, in the board's opinion, that the administrative regulation is in fact consistent with the board policy. On the other hand, with respect to the 2000 series itself, such as the Code of Ethics, in my view, these are entirely within the jurisdiction of the board, and the board should vote on the policy and the administrative regulation because it's essentially a document by the board to govern the board's actions.
So just to clarify,
Trustee Inter.
so ratification is a vote, not a concurrence. Is there a difference between a vote, like a roll call vote, versus a concurrence where there's nothing said and it's assumed that everyone voted for it?
A couple aspects to that question. First of all, there's a difference between approval and ratification. I was saying that the board policies generally should be approved by the board, meaning they're the ones that are making the ultimate decision. I was also saying that administrative regulations, except for the 2000 series, are ratified. That means that the superintendent president has already taken the action to draft it. That would just be like superintendent president signs a contract and the board subsequently ratifies it. You're ratifying or consenting to the action taken by the superintendent president. In both cases, approval or ratification is done by a vote. The board can only act by a vote. Every action that's taken has to be by a vote and has to be by law recorded in the minutes. Whether it's done by a roll call vote or by all in favor say aye type of thing is really up to you, but doesn't have a legal significance. I hope I've answered that question.
Mr. Lipton, I want to make sure I have my notes right, that I'm taking what the board desires so that I can reflect it in the next agenda, is that admin regs and board policy in the 2000 series, since they're owned by the board, get approved, both of them get approved by the board. In the 3004 and 5 onward, the board policy gets approved, the board admin regs get ratified
Yes,
as consistent with the board policy.
yes, that's
Okay.
exactly correct. That's what I was
Okay.
saying. Thank you, Dr. Romali.
So this will come back to us, both the regulation and the policy for approval subsequent to the second reading, correct? That's
President Zia, if I could just get back to one point to comment on
Trustee.
something you said earlier, and that was about disproportionate time that trustees may take. I guess that can take two forms in my experience. One is simply through regular contacts, phone calls, text messages, usual contacts that trustees in the course of your duties would necessarily have with the superintendent president. But there's also requests that actually go beyond the interaction that will take some time for the staff. So I'm seeing that as really part of the question, not just the contact, but follow-up work or assignments that might result from the contacts that requests that superintendent, that the trustees make for certain information or reports, for example.
Okay, I got you. And then, I know there's reference that, this is on, we got this training, it's very consistent with that we act as a body, that no one acts on their own or direct staff. We can't direct staff. So when you say request and then the repetition afterwards, are you suggesting that the request, we should be mindful that it shouldn't be repeated as in the form of an inference being made that it's directing staff? Is that what you're touching on, or am I just going off on a different island here? Because, for example, when you say, I want to know what's proper and what's not proper, just so that we establish that. So let's say a trustee makes a call, and a trustee is like, okay, I need this information. And then that trustee is under that impression that, hey, staff is going to get that information to me. Is that appropriate? Or is it bordering direction, or is it situational based on the nature of the request? So that's one thing I want to clarify. And the second is, if the trustee is making a request and saying, look, this is a suggestion, but follows up repeatedly, is that a reasonable expectation for staff to have, that that's a direction and there is an expectation on the trustee's part that they execute the request or be responding to the request outside of the body of the board making that determination?
You raised some interesting and challenging issues, Trustee Zia. Trustees, to fulfill their role as elected officials, often need to obtain information, or they want to get information about the operations of the college, and they should have a right to request certain information. Where it becomes potentially problematic is if the gathering of the information becomes burdensome on the staff. There's some types of information where it'd be fairly simple to respond to, and others could take hours or even weeks to respond to. And I think that's an important distinction for the board to consider in terms of an individual trustee making the request. If it's the full board voting in open session to make a request, to me, legally, board can
That's
ask
a direction, yeah.
board can ask for whatever it wants, and the superintendent needs to comply. Requests for information from individual trustees can be a bit tricky if the requests require more than usual or minimal type of effort, and actually starts to impose or detract from the work of the administration. So, that could be part of the policy as well.
So, okay, what is the measure? Like, let's say, does a staff member have to say, look, this is just way, at what point, because these are all gray areas, and I want to make sure that there's no ambiguity, like when we're looking at, is it, okay, staff, is it a reasonable expectation for staff to say, look, this is way too much of an impact on my time, because out of, let's say, finite timeline of 40 hours, I'm spending like 10 to 20 hours trying to get to that request, and it's taking away from my student success initiatives that we're working on. I just want to make sure that there's no vagueness about this, because some of this stuff is operating in the realm of the abstract. So what is the red flag? Does the staff member say, look, this is way too much, or is there a certain number that is typical, like, hey, the requests can be made, and folks can defer to the board and say, look, I can't, if this comes from the board, then we'll act on it, the board as a body, or what's the line is what I'd like to, if you can, give some
thank you.
examples.
I guess it gets back to the point, the basic principle in the ethics statement, that board acts only as a collective body, that individual trustees don't have legal authority to direct operations of the college. So in that sense, though, where the balance has to occur is that individual trustees often would like to have information that they're interested in to support their constituents, or just because they want to know certain things about the operations of the college. I think where the line is if the fulfillment of the request has any sort of interference with a staff person's work, that they're not getting other work done, that it's interfering with the operations of the college.
Okay.
And I think ultimately the superintendent president would be the best person to make that judgment on an individual basis. And I didn't mean to put that on you, but it seems like
to do is fine-tune and make better and smooth this process. So I'm glad you brought this up, President Zia. Basically, what we do when we had our accreditation training from Dr. Helen Benjamin in September, my instruction was basically, if it's a minor, hey, my parking pass needs, can you RSVP me to this dinner? That's fine, but if it's anything more than that, it does need to come to the whole board for an action vote. And what I did is I created a board request list that's about 12 pages long of the things that they wanted, and then the board then votes on whether they agree or disagree with that, so that they act as a whole. And I'm open to any suggestions that you might have as to how I can do that different or better. And then I provide them updates with where we are on their asks.
Oh, I see. In other words, a procedure that you followed or proposing is that when you get a request from an individual trustee, you compile it, and then it's presented to the board as a whole, and the board then votes on which
ones
they...
Yes.
And that, I guess that's the ultimate way of making sure that the board as a whole is in favor of your time and your staff's time.
Let's make one correction. We don't vote on that. It's just, it's presented to us. It's also in the docket tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, we don't vote on it, but if that's what we should be doing, and decide which ones we should proceed with, because I mean, is 12 pages reasonable as far as requests from what you've seen with other districts?
It's not the number of pages, it's the amount of time that each request will take is what the issue is. And I don't know if that's part of the information that you present when you have that list, but that...
Yeah, I do. And we're open to, we've been, Trustee Untuck and I have been working really hard to kind of fine tune this, what it should look like, what it could look like, what the proper procedures should be. So I'm open to any suggestions that you might have as to how I make it tighter. This work is what constitutes the 30-plus hours a week, and what I do is I then provide them a bi-weekly report with updates on where we are on certain things, and if they're material in nature, I'll agendize it like I've agendized some things tonight, just to give them a public update as to where we are in the major projects.
And I hope not stepping on any toes, but my recommendation in that regard would be, especially if this is on the agenda anyway, for the board to actually vote in whole or in part on that list. And if there's any that the board as a whole feels are inappropriate or just shouldn't be done for some reason, then to me that's appropriate for the board to take a vote. It could be on the consent calendar, and a trustee can pull it off the consent calendar if they want to discuss it individually, but that seems to me to be a potentially very effective approach.
Okay, that's fantastic. Okay. Well, I don't mean to, I think Trustee Intuk wanted to raise his hands first, and Vice President Malauulu after.
Yeah, I'd like the floor to ask some questions since we're asking questions tonight. Can you, there was some reference in the draft about spokesperson for the campus, and I know that the media and journalism, we have some journalism students here tonight, has been somewhat in a decline and consolidations, and it's really important part of our democracy is having a free and open press. And there's a section in there about who's the spokesperson for the campus. Would a policy on who the spokesperson would be for the campus, would that infringe on a trustee's First Amendment right of freedom of speech? Would they be precluded to talking to the media or a press or a student if they had a question, even though they're not the official spokesperson of the district?
No, I understand that question, Trustee, that as elected officials, you have a First Amendment right that can't be infringed to speak out about issues that affect the district. But if there's an official position that the college has to take, having someone, and most often it's the superintendent president, it could be a public information officer, it could be someone else, to be a single voice of the college, and that serves the purpose of having a unified voice. If trustees want to speak on that issue, they certainly can, but in my view, they need to make it clear that they're speaking on behalf of themselves and not on behalf of the college. But in that sense, in no way are their First Amendment rights of trustees infringed upon.
So any policy wouldn't stop any trustee from talking or opining or sharing their opinion, even though the official position in the college may be one way or the other on a policy or a budget or some item of discussion.
Oh yeah, no, thank you. I'm not sure exactly what context you're getting at, but there's also a provision in the ACCJC Standards of Accreditation that provides that once the board makes a decision, the trustees support the decision. In my view, that doesn't mean that they can't express disagreement about it, especially if you're a trustee that was in the minority and voted against it, but can't be doing anything to undermine it, because if a decision has been made, it has to be supported in the sense that's the decision, and you have a right to disagree, you have a right to speak your mind on it, absolutely. But not to do anything to undermine the effectiveness of that decision.
And I think the language.
Excuse me, Trustee Otto. Vice President Malauulu was after Trustee Intuk. I'll call on you after her.
I got a few more
after
questions
Trustee
still.
Intuk is finished, if you don't mind.
If I have the floor, and if there's something germane to what we're talking about.
No, you have the floor, Trustee Intuk. Go ahead.
Follow up on that too. I got two more items I want to ask questions about. So the question of policy, we're a policy making group. We're talking about comparable to other districts. What's the process ethically of making a policy? Should the board propose something, vote on it? Does it have to have a first and second reading, or can something just be brought up by one board member or brought up by the superintendent and voted on at one time? Is there a process for enacting policy? Do we follow Robert's Rules of Order? Is that part of the accreditation standard, or is it something different as far as creating a new policy or changing a policy?
Well, again, there's a number of points to that question. Some policies, as a matter of law, require involvement of the participatory governance system. So in that sense, as a matter of law and to follow and to respect the roles of the academic senates, for example, and student government, there are many policies that have to be developed through that process and then come to the board for their final approval. On the other hand, policies that deal specifically with the board, like in the 2000 series, I don't know what your procedure is for developing those. Most commonly, it's the superintendent president or chancellor that develops it, a draft, perhaps in consultation with the board president. But that can be done in different ways. That can be done by a subcommittee of the board itself to develop policies in the 2000 series, to suggest revisions to policies in the 2000 series. And I'm focusing on the 2000 series because the other ones, in most cases, require involvement of the shared governance participatory decision-making process. In terms of your question of first and second reading, it's common, and I believe your own board policy requires a first and second reading, but in cases of urgent situations, the first reading can be waived as long as it's agendized for actual action, and the board votes that they're dispensing with a first reading if something needs to get enacted right away, and that can be done as well, just as an exception to your board policy.
So I went to a training and there was somebody brought up the fact that sometimes there tries to be decisions made prior to a discussion or something coming to the board that some other districts do versus having discussions at an open session like this. Is there a recommended practice of when do board members make amendments or suggestions or additive or subtractive changes to a policy? Should it happen before the meeting?
It generally shouldn't happen before a meeting because then we get into Brown Act issues, especially if there's a quorum of the board that are communicating with the superintendent president on the same types of issues. So it really needs to be done for that reason in an open board meeting. And that's a main reason why there's a first reading. It allows, as what's happening now, it allows the trustees to have an open discussion about a policy and a regulation, and it gives the trustees an opportunity to suggest revisions and amendments so that when it comes back for a second reading, those can be accommodated. And even at the time of second reading, there can be further revisions and discussion at that time as well. So
even at the second reading, if there's a change, you don't need to restart the process and have another first reading.
Don't need to. The
no
board.
matter the substance or minor changes. That's not a bright line or a threshold.
There's not a bright line. In a general sense, if at second reading there are significant differences and it's going to require some more extensive wordsmithing and drafting, it might make sense for the board to say, based on this discussion, let's bring it back one more time for final approval. But even at that point, the board has a right to reconsider and discuss possible revisions. Because policies are a central role of the Board of Trustees, and there shouldn't be anything that detracts from the board's decision-making with respect to approving policies.
And those changes are just on a simple majority vote. If there's some disagreement on what somebody recommends, you can call for a vote to support or oppose the recommendation. That's not a radical notion.
No, the board policies are always approved by a majority vote. And let's say this were up for approval right now, which it's not, it's first reading. And let's say a trustee says, I like this policy, but I recommend the following changes. So that would be like an amendment to the motion. And if that would take a second, and then a majority of the board votes on that amendment, then there's a new motion on the floor. But any amendment or change to the proposed policy requires a majority vote, and approval of the policy itself requires a majority vote.
We have an interesting practice in our agenda that at the end, if board members want to add something to a future agenda item,
Yes.
the policy says by majority, but the board agenda says by consensus. What takes precedent, the consensus or the majority? And does there actually have to be a vote?
I guess
Can I just intervene here?
Yeah, sure.
I think we're veering off from this item, the content of what this was contemplates, and we're getting into procedural matters. So I just want to be mindful of the Brown Act, and of course, you know better than I do, Mr. Lipton, because I feel like we're going off in a different path that this item contemplates. But if you think otherwise, please opine. As far as consensus versus approval and all that, the procedural aspect of what we do.
My question, if you'd like.
Sure.
So same question, but from an ethical perspective, since this is an ethics policy.
Yes. In my view, the term consensus is somewhat ambiguous, that the board acts only by vote. And I think when the term consensus is used, it means by a majority vote. And a vote should be taken either by roll call or all those in favor, but it also can be done by the board president saying, do we have a consensus on this? Meaning, are we all in favor of that? But legally, it has the same effect, that it means that it's by a majority of the board, either if you call it consensus or you call it by board vote. In my own opinion, it's best practice to always have votes, so it's recorded in the minutes and not rely on a consensus.
I have one final question. We have a policy on board members adding items to the agenda, but sometimes it happens and sometimes it does happen. If a board member suggests to put something on the agenda and it didn't happen, would that be a violation of the ethics policy?
I guess I'm not familiar with that particular policy, that if there's a policy that board members can add items to the agenda, meaning at the board meeting itself.
Right.
Yeah.
It says within 5 days in advance and written notice to the superintendent president or the president of the board, an agenda item can be added for discussion or action for a future discussion.
Is this in the ethics policy? Is that what you're referring to? Can you refer to what
I can
line
bring it
item?
up here.
The
One second.
emergency criteria, remember? There's
It's
three
not an emergency.
reasons why you can add an
Oh, no,
agenda.
is it
I
the
see.
board ethics? We're veering off of this topic, folks, and I got to bring it back on this train back on track. So because it doesn't pertain to this, Trustee Intuk, I would suggest that we bring it up at a different time.
Well, I guess just to close out, 'cause
Unless you
that's my
can
last
tie it
question.
to this.
I did. So a violation of another policy we have would be a violation of the ethics. So if we have a policy that says something, we try to do it, it doesn't happen, then that becomes
I don't
an
see
ethical-
that anywhere in this policy of ours or administrative regulation. Can you show me where you're referring to, that you're on this ethics policy or the administrative regulation on the violation of policy? I could very well be missing it, which is very likely.
Give me 1 second.
President Zia, I'd like to hear what Trustee Otto has to say, because I think he was trying to talk about 15 minutes ago.
Okay, yeah, I think Vice President Malauulu raised her hand. If that's okay with you, Vice President Malauulu, to ask. Sure, Trustee. Trustee Otto.
Well, the point's kind of lost from 15 minutes ago, but all I was going to say is I think the language about spokesman for the board says that the president of the board is the primary spokesman for the board, which gives latitude for the First Amendment rights of the other board members. And when I read that, that gave me comfort, because what it means is that people can talk. They just have to understand that the way that the board works is that it works by voting, and that the president of the board is the spokesperson for the board, the primary spokesperson. If a reporter calls you up and says, what do you think about that? You have every right to tell them what you think about that. But as you said, I thought eloquently, you can't undermine a position once a position is taken by the board. So
Thank you.
on that subject, that was the only one I had.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. And I think the other point you made, Mr. Lipton, was that we have to preface that we're speaking as a board member, not on behalf of the board, if we're not the board president. Is that
Yes, that's correct.
correct? Okay.
That's best practice.
Okay. Vice President Malauulu, I apologize. You've been waiting
No
patiently.
problem. I have a couple of things to say, and I hate to belabor the point because we're actually spending a lot of time talking about a lot of time being wasted, so it's a little, I could see the frustration here. First of all, thank you for your information. I have two issues with some of what you've shared, and in no way I hope that what I say does not come off as disrespectful. I have a lot of respect for the work that is done on both sides of this dais. However, I think that, and I don't know when it happened, this is my opinion, but in the last few months, I feel that there has been a shift in the culture, almost in leadership, that has gone in a very tyrannical digression. I feel like we are being whipped for things that we were elected to do. I ran on a platform of change and making things better for students and faculty. And if that means, and I know for a fact that this issue has nothing to do with me. I'm very confident that I'm not the one that this issue is about. I feel bad because I have an idea of the trustee who is probably the subject of this conversation, and I don't think it's fair, but I'm gonna not speak for anybody and allow that person to speak for him or herself. But I think that it's wrong to put a jacket on any trustee who is attempting to do the work that he or she was elected to do on the grounds that it's overwhelming or overburdening staff. Not to sound disrespectful, and Dr. O'Malley, you know that I have a tremendous amount of respect for you and I appreciate everything that you do, but it's in the course of doing business and it's in the course of work. And we as trustees are not allowed to get in the weeds with the work. I'm not allowed to call somebody and ask somebody to do something. We are prohibited from doing that. My job is to go to the gatekeeper, which is Dr. O'Malley, and to say, hey, we need better student communication. What Dr. O'Malley does with that request is up to her. I don't micromanage her. It's up to her. If she wants to delegate that to a vice president, she will. If she wants to delegate it to a director or a manager, she will. But the 10 or so hours that are being put on our backs and that we're being accused for, 10 hours per vice president, per trustee. I'm sorry, I don't think any of you guys have spent 10 hours on any issue that I've brought up this month or last month. You may have spent an hour or two on an issue. I think Dr. Munoz had assisted me with an issue that may have been maybe 10 hours over the course of a few weeks, but it's all for the good of the college. And Dr. Munoz, we uncovered some serious problems. So for you, and I say this respectfully, for you or for anybody to say that, the trustees are just overwhelming the superintendent president and so much of her time is being spent answering to trustee things. I think we've wasted a lot of time on this discussion here at this meeting. I think the past 47 minutes of this discussion has been wasteful. I was elected to do a job. The people in Area 2, West Long Beach, and the South Central parts of the city elected me to get on this board and to make changes and to call people out and to ask people to do certain things that weren't being done. As a result of that, they got done. And if that means that whoever sits in the superintendent's chair, whether it's Dr. O'Malley or somebody else, has to put in some time to make it happen, and that, I'm sorry, but And I'm not trying to sound callous. I don't want to sound insensitive, but that's what she gets paid to do, and that's what the staff gets paid to do. And I'm going to say it one more time. I know that this discussion is not about me, and I know that I'm not the person that's, causing this to come to the board. But I don't think it's fair that anybody should have to be, told like, oh, we're spending so many hours on board requests, and I'm sorry, that's what we're here for. And these long, drawn-out discussions, really, I mean, I'm sorry, but that's not how I roll. Secondly, as far as a board spokesperson, I'm not comfortable with having a board spokesperson speak for me. Now, if we make a motion and if we pass an agenda item as a board and there's a designated board spokesperson who's going to speak to that item that we've all agreed to, no problem. I understand how that works. But to have one designated person, no, because we are 5 separate individuals from 5 different walks of life with 5 different life experiences. And we're not all going to agree or see things eye to eye. So I don't want somebody speaking for me. Unless I voted on something and the board made a decision, I don't think a board spokesperson should do that. So again, I apologize. I think staff, you guys do a great job. I appreciate what you do. I hope that, you being overwhelmed and overburdened is not personal, and I hope you understand that it's because we care so much about this college and we want things to be better. And if we're bringing items up that need your attention, that need something to be done, it's because it needs to happen. Who else, if not us? Who else is going to bring them up?
Respectfully, I don't think we ever said we were burdened. We simply answered a direct question as to how many hours we worked a week, and we do so happily.
Thank you, Trustee Vice President Malauulu. Those are very valid points, and I think it goes along with what this practice and this policy is trying to codify, and it's exactly what you're saying, that we're supposed to act as one unit. And, as someone who's completed the excellence in trusteeship, this, I think you're one of the first ones who did amongst us. This is one of the key points they highlight, so I think it's just emphasizing that, and no one's accusing anyone.
No, I did not complain.
And
I simply
there's
answered
quite
the
a bit of speculation and conjecture in what you were saying, and I just want to be very careful that being mindful of the language we use. Nobody's accusing anybody. We're just trying to make sure that we perfect our policies and procedures. A lot of these also pertain to yours truly. I want to make sure I manage my requests because, if I need to scale back, I need to do a better job. That's on me, and that's what was part of the questionings that I have. And I do take umbrage with the fact that it's been 47 minutes of wasted effort and time because this is our job. It is important for us to make sure there's no ambiguity as policymakers so that come tomorrow, we're not operating on a different understanding and we're all aligned. And that's really simply the intent. And neither should anyone be in a position to explain themselves on why they have certain questions or how much time it took. I don't think it's a waste of time. With that, if there are no more questions,
Yes.
Trustee Otto,
Actually, this is very specific. Oh, I'm sorry,
Go ahead,
Superintendent
sorry.
President.
Go
I'll let you cough.
I'm sorry. I think you gave it to me. I just wanted to say at no time did I or any vice president complain about what we give to this institution. We do so happily and wonderfully. We love this institution. At no time did we say we were overwhelmed. We said we are very committed to this institution. It is imperative that we have these discussions, even if it's in a disagreement form.
Yeah.
We are heading into accreditation next year, and if we disagree on things, that's okay. That's what we're supposed to do so that we can hammer it out and get it the way you want it. You are the policy-making body. We will do it as you wish in compliance with ACCJ standards. So I do think it's imperative that we talk about whatever the intricacies are that we must talk about so that we can get it right for our accreditation report, because the last thing we want is a finding. We want to come through with flying colors. Secondly, we've been doing a lot of work lately. I've been working with Trustee Entuck to try and get how we sunshine things correctly. It's very important that we get it done right and properly. And I'm very interested in what the legal opinion would be on that so that we don't get in trouble later. That's my clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Otto.
Great, thank you. So I had one specific thing that I unfortunately had not gone all through the lengthy regulation, but under 2014.8 unethical behavior, B says the president of the board plays a key role in ensuring that the laws and code of ethics are followed. I'd like to see a language added to the following effect. If a violation of ethics is filed against a board member, the president or superintendent president will confidentially and inform all board members of the governing body of the district and make available to the board members the complaint if any is filed. It seems to me that as a governing board, we need to know what's going on, and it can be treated confidentially, but if we don't do that, then decisions are being made without the governing board, which is the board for the district, making those decisions.
Can I just ask a question, Trustee Otto? So just to make sure I understand. So you like any matter that comes up against any member of the board to be reported to the entire board?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a confidential way of doing that? Because according to the Brown Act, if it goes to the entire board, it's going to be public, correct? Or am I missing?
No, I think there are closed session rules where things can be kept.
Well, let's ask our attorney here, our counsel. Is that something that will be a matter of public information, or is that going to be considered confidential and closed session eligible?
Issues regarding ethical conduct of trustees is not a topic for closed session.
Yeah.
It's a matter for the public. But I understand Trustee Otto's comment, and that certainly could be made part of this policy, that the full board is informed of any sort of ethical complaint. But what the board should be aware of is those communications, because they're not subject to being in closed session, but they're also potentially disclosable under the California Public Records Act. So, and that's just the nature of being public officials. You're not considered employees for purposes of the Brown Act. There aren't the same privacy issues that other employees would have. So if there's a complaint against a trustee, there could be aspects of that might be confidential if it pertains to an employee or to a student, but generally speaking, that material is not confidential.
Yeah, for that reason, I don't think that we should do that. I think the way we have it is sufficient out of respect to board members, and we can manage board relations much more delicately than having it be a matter of public information. I think we have a ways to go in past practices in previous administration that was quite a bit of lessons learned in that regard. So I would not agree with that change. Trustee Otto, respectfully, would disagree with adding that.
But how can a governing board member function as a governing board member on a topic such as that, which could be essential to what's going on at the institution without even knowing about it, being kept in the dark about it?
Well, it is addressed under 2014.8 under, I believe, C. It goes to the board president, and if it's the board president, then the vice president will have to address it. So it's already addressed, Trustee Otto, and
But
I think it's...
Actually, I disagree with you. I don't
sorry,
think it's
can I
actually
just
been addressed
finish?
because all it does is refer it to another member, and the governing board, who in the end is responsible, won't even know about it.
Well, it seems like this was back when you were elected, and I didn't see any changes made back in your tenure, so I don't understand why it's an issue now, Trustee Otto. If I think it's good as it is, and I would not recommend any changes to staff, and if any other board member has a different viewpoint, they can certainly express it. Trustee Intuk?
I think we should have a roll call vote on the item.
Can we take a roll call vote on that, or?
Why not?
Specifically, a roll call vote
On
on amending the policy So when it comes back for second reading, that's going to be part of it?
Yes.
Is that what the question is? Yes, that would be appropriate for a vote.
Okay, because this is not an action item. So how are we going to do it?
Well, that's implied within the first reading, that during
Okay.
the first reading, trustees have an opportunity to comment and make suggested revisions, and it would be appropriate if a trustee wants to make a motion to amend it, not to take effect now,
course.
but to bring it back with that amendment.
Okay, so if we're going to do that, then I would, it would also include the amendment that I'd like to see made on expanding on 2014.
I'm sorry, what?
2014.5B on bringing an example.
Well, we can only do one at a time.
Well, I believe that the vote we're taking is amending the policy with the changes.
Well-
And there are 2 changes we're making.
That's not my motion. My motion is on 2014.8, under B or wherever appropriate, that you guys can wordsmith it, that we add language to the effect of what my recommendation was, which is just sunshine to the board, ethical accusations against board members.
And I would just add a friendly amendment that it would be prospectively going forward, if that, because I think that would be.
Let's call for the question. I'll call for the question since we're going to vote.
So are we
I guess
taking
point
2
of-
votes?
Pardon?
Yes.
Point of order. Just to clarify, and what I heard, we should vote on items like this, correct? Even if it's not listed as an action item, we can still take a vote.
Right.
Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Under the Brown Act, this is still a first reading. The board is not taking final action to approve or ratify the policy, but is just suggesting through a vote.
Just point of order.
Yes.
We have heard this before. If it's not listed on the agenda categorically as an action item, we somehow couldn't vote on them. Is that not true? Is that against what you're recommending?
That's right. Well, in this particular case, it's listed for first reading. There's some situations where an item is listed saying specifically it's just a report, and then it's not so clear where the board can take action. But the purpose of a first reading is to allow the board to listen and possibly make recommendations for change. It's inherent in what a first reading is. Sometimes I've recommended, when there's doubt about that, to agendize every item as reflecting potential action, and then if the need for action comes up, it's already on the agenda, and that avoids the conflict that the trustee is suggesting right now. But in this particular case,
You're talking about Trustee Untook or a different trustee?
excuse me?
You're talking about Trustee Untook or a different trustee?
No, Trustee Ntuk,
Okay,
absolutely.
I wasn't sure. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're taking action on Trustee Otto's motion, is that right? And then for the change that I raised, is there a need for an action on that? Because I had that change before Trustee Otto brought up his request. So do we need to take multiple actions here for different motions?
Trustee Zia, from a procedural perspective, there's one motion on the floor now, and that was Trustee Otto's. And
Okay.
I don't recall if there was a second
I
to
don't
that
recall
motion.
getting a second, but maybe Trustee Ntuk.
I'll second it.
Okay. Is there any questions, discussion on adding, if a board member, if there is an unethical behavior by a board member, that instead of just going to the president, it would go to the entire board? Are there any questions?
It would go to what board?
The entire board, instead of the president handling it.
I'm okay with that. I would like to be aware if there is some ethics violation or complaint on other board members. I would like the entire board to be aware of that.
Yeah.
If I could just point out, there seems to be a bit of potential ambiguity from what I heard Trustee Otto's motion is and how it was restated, because I thought his motion was simply that the rest of the board would be advised of the complaint and status, not that the rest of the board would be involved in the process.
Okay,
Was that
I
correct,
gotcha.
Trustee Otto?
Yes, and here was the specific language that I suggested. And, provided to the board secretary. If a violation of ethics is filed against a board member, the president or superintendent president will confidentially inform all board members of all members of the governing board of the district and make available to the board members a complaint if any is filed.
So it's just to inform, not to be
Sure.
involved in addressing the violation.
Well, it's, this is in the interest of governing board members being treated as governing board members and having the information that they need to effectively execute their job. No, all you do is inform, and then whatever happens after that would be subject to something subsequent, which may have limitations on it or not, depending on how it's framed or what is said.
Okay, so can you repeat that? I'm sorry, it was a little fast for me.
What I'm saying is that governing board members need to be informed if an ethics violation is made against another board member. And they should be informed confidentially, meaning that they're not to share that information, and that so that they can decide how it is to handle that. That I think it frustrates the ability of one to be a board member if they don't have that kind of information.
Okay, I think, are you okay with that, Trustee Antug? You seconded it? Do you understand the motion? You good?
It was the same thing.
Okay. And then how are we, so we're going to take a vote on this, and then staff is going to be incorporating it. Are there any more questions, comments? Go ahead, Madam Secretary, call for the vote.
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intug.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Student Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Okay, so now I'd like to, if we can make the motion, I'd like to make the motion for item 2014.5B, that we expand on the promoting a healthy working relationship with the superintendent president and his or her staff, and not infringing on the time of the superintendent president disproportionately. Is there a second?
Could you repeat the motion, please?
Sure. The motion is to expand on the 2014.5B provision and add an example for promoting a healthy working relationship with the superintendent president, and not to infringe on her time, on the time of the superintendent president disproportionately. That's the motion. Is there anyone who'd like to second that? To add that provision?
Well, I'll second it to get discussion.
We had a
But,
lengthy.
but personally, I'm not going to vote for it.
Well, I appreciate you seconding it, Trustee Baxter, but I'd like to hear reasons why you wouldn't support making sure a superintendent president time is
Here's
not-
my reason why I would vote against it. You're asking for something that is not measurable. What's an impingement on time? That, I mean, to me, it's undefinable. Because
Okay.
maybe somebody might think 5 minutes is an impingement.
I see. That's a very good point. Well, maybe you can help us out with that, Mr. Lipton. Is it better for us to identify, like, okay, if it's more than 70% of our time would be considered infringing, it's disproportionate, or 50%? What would you consider?
That's challenging, but I appreciate the comment because, as stated, there is some inherent ambiguity in the language that could lead to disputes and misunderstandings. One way to resolve that dispute, which may not be palatable to the majority of the trustees is to set specific time limits for each trustee, an allotment of time for each trustee to deal with the superintendent president, and that certainly can be done if that was the pleasure of the board in that regard.
Superintendent President, Dr. Romali, did you want to say something, or? I know this is very uncomfortable.
It's extremely uncomfortable, and I think it's extremely awkward to be put in the middle of people's personal disputes, and I don't appreciate it. Let me be very clear. I do not appreciate it. My job is to raise graduation rates, raise transfer rates, get people jobs, get people retained, and to do so in a way that is financially effective in compliance with the governance standards. It is not to be someone's secretary or to be anybody's secretary. We must, as I have said at 2 meetings before, balance appropriately the needs of the board, the needs of the students, the needs of the faculty, administrators, and staff. Quite frankly, I think I've done a darn good job of that, bringing home a record year last year and bringing home what you will be very excited to hear is a record year this year. I've done my job, and I think that I should be able, according to accreditation standards, to continue doing so. Let me be clear, I don't appreciate being put in the middle of all these disagreements. It is highly irregular.
Can I?
Trustee Otto.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not going to vote in favor of this either, but for different reasons, and that is this. The purpose of a policy is to say this is generally what we're going to do. The regulations say how you're going to do it, and yet not with a great deal of specificity. I think that this raises a single issue that, quite frankly, I think could and should be resolved outside trying to embed it in the way we operate. And if it can't, then we're in real trouble, like I think Superintendent Romali is saying. In the end, it's all about trust. And you can throw out all the regulations and all the policies, and I wouldn't want to put into the regulations or the policies on this particular subject, especially in the context of these Section 200 policies, which have to do with the board, anything with this specificity, and I think it can be worked out, and I hope that it can be worked out, because it would be very easy to make this make all of our arrangements among one another the kinds of relationships where they're legalistic or harken back to regulations or policies. It won't work, and I don't want to introduce something brand new that is too specific. At the beginning of this discussion, the president of the board said, I want to talk about this because I think that this is an issue. And I don't even know if it's an issue.
Excuse me, I never said it was an issue. Just for the record, please don't speak on my behalf. I never said it was an issue. I said let's discuss it. So please don't make erroneous inferences, Trustee Otto. It's inappropriate.
By asking that it be discussed, you made
That's
it
an
an issue.
inference you're making, Mr.
I'm the
Otto.
one that has the floor now, unless you're going to interrupt me again.
You're making false accusations, Trustee Otto, and I take exception to it, and I'd like to correct it for the record. You can't just throw inferences that are incorrect. That may be something that you got out of the discussion, but that's not what I said.
Then let me phrase it this way. The president of the board brought up this issue and asked that we talk about it, and then made a motion to see whether we would include it in the regulation. Based on that, I think that it's a fool's errand to try and do regulations that way. You'd have to come up with an infinite number of examples for each regulation, and it's just not a good way to do governance. That's why I'm going to vote against it.
Thank you, Trustee Otto. Those are very valid points, and I appreciate you raising them. But please understand that I do not appreciate you accusing me of, as you or any other board member, and inferences that are false. And I think that is.
I didn't accuse you of anything.
You did. You accused
not.
me of saying I take issue with it. I simply said, since we have a discussion, we need to discuss it. And for clarity, rather, this is an educational institution, folks. We have to promote critical thinking. And if we can't be critical as a governance body and disagree and express and discuss and resolve, then, we may need to consider other positions that go along to get along. I think this is great. This is fantastic exercising of our democracy. With that, Superintendent President, would you like to say a few words?
I think probably we could all
One
use some
more.
ice water and a chocolate chip cookie. I know I would love one. I think Trustee Otto hit on a key point, which was trust. Adults and professionals know how to disagree, even vociferously, and still be able to respect the institution and respect each other. And what is clear is that this is happening because there is no trust, or the trust is damaged in some way for a variety of different reasons. However, I want to encourage you, whether or not your trust is broken is between you, and it's really, quite honestly, none of my business. But if I can make you feel a little bit better, you as a board, all 5 of you, and Donnell, Student Trustee Jones, the faculty, the staff, the administrators, and the students of this institution have, before my day, under Eloy Oakley and Jan Kehoe and Beverly O'Neill, accomplished great things. We have accomplished great things in the last 2 years. A 27% graduation increase, double-digit walking across the stage for students of color. I'm really proud of that, and all 5 of you, plus Student Trustee Jones, were a part of that. So just remember that even though you disagree fundamentally on things, that's okay, but you can be extremely proud, even if you trust each other, don't trust each other. It's not my concern. What is my concern is that we work together to get students across that stage, and you are doing that. Be proud. Keep that in your hearts as you go through these disagreements.
Thank you. Are there any other board members who'd like to? I think Trustee Otto's made great, valid points, and I appreciate your perspective, Trustee Otto. And I think with that, I would withdraw the motion. It's a sage counsel to not get too prescriptive. So I agree with you, Trustee Otto. We don't need to add that in, and. But I would just ask that as board members, we be mindful of the broad-based accusations, and I've heard quite a number of it, and it's quite apropos that since it's under a code of ethics, and I would just ask that we follow those procedures. Is there any other thing I need to do on this?
Can I say something?
Sure, Trustee Antug.
I don't know if I'm the person or not responsible for workload, or workload's really an issue, because I didn't ask for this agenda item. I didn't invite the attorney to come today. I'm the newest board member. I'm in my rookie season still here, 8 months in. But 3 things that I'm on this board for is, 1, changing the culture on campus. 2, addressing the achievement gap or opportunity gap for students of color. And 3 is fiscal responsibility. I don't think I've ever asked anything of the board or the superintendent president that was outside of that scope. And I agree with Trustee Malauulu. I'm the first African American on this board in 18 years, even though we have African American students are not performing well on this campus, have the lowest graduation rates, GPAs, the long laundry list that we went through in February, and that's a problem. And I think that's why I got elected to this board, and I'm going to continue to advocate for that. And if there's, I don't know who the culprit is or what the challenge is, but we got to figure out a way to change policy and change what we're doing to improve our process and procedures so we can continue to get double-digit graduation rates and get people across the stage. But I don't think this agenda item is the way to do it. I don't know. I didn't support the motion that got withdrawn, but I'm not going to stop being a trustee either. And I've never directed anybody to do anything, but I brought up a lot of ideas. I probably have the most items on the list, but those are all items that came to the board, and nobody on the board opposed, and so it made it on the list. And if people don't like it and want to oppose it when it comes up, then oppose it, and let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about STEM. Let's not talk about preferred name policy. Let's not talk about Women's History Month or LGBT History Month. Let's not talk about any of that stuff if that's not in the direction of where we're trying to go. And I welcome the board and the majority to vote against all of those items, and we take those off the table. But I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm welcome and continue to look for ways to optimize and improve and work together. I don't know what the reason for this really is tonight.
I'll tell you what the reason is, Trustee Intuk. I'm sorry, I wanted to I thought you were finished.
Excuse me.
I apologize, I thought you were finished.
Nah.
Can you tell me when you are?
Okay, I will, but I'm not yet.
Because I don't want to inadvertently interrupt you.
No, we should have public conversation about
Yeah,
this.
absolutely.
But if it's public conversation, if we're going to put a time limit on things, we should put a time limit on things.
Again, forgive me, I really thought you were finished.
Mid-sentence.
Sorry,
So I don't
it's
know how
the
you thought I
voice.
was
It's the
finished.
voice. I'm not, and it's probably me.
Yeah, probably. I just, I go back to what I was trying to say was, this is not my agenda item. I think ethics should be addressed, but I think we've gone far too long on this, and I'll yield the floor.
Thank you. And just to remind the board again, this was an item that Trustee Otto had requested back in October or November. I don't know when it was. And as a board president, I felt that it was important to not dismiss it and bring it to, just like Trustee Baxter had asked for the travel policy, and it's on the list of items that Superintendent President Romali on her running list of agenda requests. So it's not, I don't know why some board members are taking this personally. It's merely trying to be responsive to Trustee Otto's request to bring back the board policy. When was it that Trustee Otto had asked about this, Superintendent President Dr. Romali?
I think it was November.
November.
No, I'm
and
not
it's
aware that
what
this
now?
is-
It's April, and it's. I'm sorry.
No, I'm not aware that this is directed at any trustee.
It isn't. It's just
believe
matter of, yeah.
around that time.
So I just want to clarify that. If anything, I agree with board members. I mean, it wasn't something I was looking forward to agendizing precisely for this, but I think it's a healthy discussion, you know? As I said, it's exercising a democracy, and if anybody has low tolerance for it, then we should resolve it together, and it's healthy, and I certainly appreciate your feedback. So with that, since we've exhausted this item, thank you, Mr. Lipton, for your counsel and input. Let's move on to item 2.6, revised board policy and administrative regulation on board education. The reference board policy and administrative regulation have been reviewed and revised, and changes are being recommended as a result of our ongoing review to ensure compliance with legal codes and align with current practices. This is the first reading. Is there any questions, comments? Yes, Trustee Jones.
I actually had a couple of questions, and then I will follow with, if the board will allow, a couple of proposed amendments maybe to this current policy. The first one is regarding the board policy and the ongoing, the administrative regulation. My experience as a student trustee, I have received some education. However, I've not received continuous, so I would like this to see if possible to include language in both the board policy and the administrative regulation to include the student trustee, specifically in paragraph 2, sentence 1 of the board policy, and in the administrative regulation 2017.3, point 4, and point 5.
I'd like to make a motion to that extent.
Okay, so we have a motion, and then can you restate what did you guys get that, the recommendation? If you could
yeah, sure.
restate it.
So for the board policy, paragraph 2, sentence 1, to just include language that says including student trustee. Right after it says each board member, maybe there we can insert the language, including the student trustee, shall participate in ongoing education and professional development.
Okay, and then the administrative regulation?
And then for the administrative regulation, in 2017.3, where it says all board members, to insert the language, including student trustee, there. And same thing with point 4, in order to educate newly elected and appointed trustees and board officers. Maybe we can include the language there for the student trustee. I am aware that point 6 does specifically outline additional things that pertain specifically to the student trustee, but none of these actually address the issues in point 3, 4, and 5.
Is there a second? I'll second the motion.
I'm so sorry that I'm confused. I'm confused
Just
as to what the motion is. Is it the motion to edit it and bring it back?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, to just include the student trustee when it references of all trustees.
Okay,
Where
to
there's-
include the student trustee
Right.
when we're referencing all board trustee. Got it.
Yeah, and
Got
this
it.
is something that is inherent of the language that all trustees, because you are a trustee, but perhaps we can crystallize it. Can you call for the vote, Madam Secretary? Do you
Is there
had a
discuss-
question? I'm
yes.
sorry, I thought.
No, it's,
you're-
I should have been more vocal. I have a problem with 2017.4 in that it talks about elected and appointed officers. And you, no offense, but you will never be an officer of this body. So I don't understand why you would want that included. See, it says arrange for newly appointed board officers, not board members.
Right.
Trustee Jones, I can agree with everything else, but I think 2017.4 is not appropriate for what you want to do. And I could
Yeah.
be wrong.
No, I think you make a really good point, and here's what I would recommend is now you may disagree, and that's totally okay. You could make a recommendation to put this in here, but we really need to research it. We need to look at Title V code. I believe you met with Vice President Duran today. We need to look at Title V, how it flows through the other pieces of the policy. Then if it works, then we can bring it back to you guys for a suggestion,
Okay.
and then you can edit it as you
Okay.
wish.
Yeah,
All right.
and-
Trustee Otto?
Sure. And when I looked at that earlier, Trustee Baxter, I thought it was okay because it says in order to educate newly elected and appointed trustees, and our student trustee is elected, and so it seemed okay to me, and board officers, these things will happen. So I just thought you were you were adequately identified in that. But I completely agree that we should give it back to the superintendent president to go through this and rewrite it based on what's going on, and I don't even know that we have to say more than that. We've got a good feeling about that.
So, do we want to look into the item first and then bring it back? I believe there is a motion in a second, so should we put subject to compliance with all regulations? With the regulations that was applicable?
Yeah, I just need to make sure that it flows through, that it follows Title V, and then we can bring back a recommendation, and then you guys can edit it as you see fit.
So
Trustee Ntuk?
as the maker of the motion, I would adopt that to add in the changes that Trustee Jones suggested per if they're past Title V review and match up. So then when it comes back.
And
everything's
I support that as a second. Are there any further questions, comments? Call for the vote.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
I
Uduak Joe Ntuk,
Aye, sorry.
I'm sorry, Sunny Zia,
Aye.
and Student Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Item 2 points, we've already finished discussion, Trustee Ntuk.
Well,
Did you want to add
yeah.
to that?
Yeah, I had a separate motion I'd like to introduce that was not Trustee Jones' motion.
I see, okay. So you'd like to add,
So I'd like to amend just the board policy in 2 places to add in
Which one?
on paragraph 2, sentence 4, each board member shall attend annual professional development opportunities. I wanted to be a little bit more specific to say each board member shall attend annual professional development trainings, continuing education, or university courses that enhance the board member's knowledge is my A of my motion. B is in that listing of board member knowledge. Same sentence for paragraph 2, board member knowledge of community college governance, finance, accreditation. I'd also like to add in there higher education, leadership, policy, and the itemized area of governance, finance, accreditation. And that would be part of my motion if there's a second.
did
Second.
everyone understand the motion and the second? Are there any questions, comments?
I just speak to it. I think it's important to add a little more clarity because professional development opportunities is very general. And I think there's a lot of different ways that we can find trainings and do things that we should be explicit in saying what's possible. It just seems too vague, professional development opportunities. And then I think it's important that we include leadership and policy and higher education in the areas that we're focused on educating ourselves about.
Okay, so did you wanted to clarify, because I thought we just had a,
I wasn't clarifying, I was just adding commentary to support.
are you changing, okay, so what do you change?
Make any changes, I'm just speaking
Okay.
to the motion.
Okay, because we just had Vice President Malauulu said that we had a very lengthy discussion on the previous item about how we're not supposed to get too prescriptive. So let's be mindful of that. Okay, call for the question.
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intet,
Aye.
Sunny Zia,
Aye.
Student Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Okay, item 2.7, revised board policy 2021, evaluation of superintendent president. The reference board policy has been revised and is presented for the first reading as a result of our ongoing review to make sure we're compliant with the legal codes and aligning with the current practices. Are there any questions, comments?
Since the only change is capitalizing the words board and policy, I don't see any problem with this.
Item 3.1, update on strategic enrollment plan, year 2 priorities. This is an information item, and it'll be prepared. It's been prepared and submitted by Michelle Grimes-Heilman, Dr. Kathy Scott, and Dr. Heather Van Valkenburg. Is there any questions, comments on this item? Hearing none, moving to item 3.2, vision for success. We have received this information in our docket, and it was prepared and submitted by Dr. Heather Van Valkenburg, Dean of Institutional Effectiveness. Are there any questions, comments on this?
Just
Trustee Otto?
two sentences. This is our showing that we're aligned with the state chancellor's vision for success, and according to the report, we are. Great.
Item 3.3, ACCJC Guide to Accreditation for Governing Boards. This is an information item, and Superintendent President will provide to the board the ACCJC Guide to Accreditation for Governing Boards. Is there anything you'd like to add from what we've been given? Okay, great. Thank you so much, Dr. Romali. Item 4.1, using data mining to drive student success. This is an information item. This over the past 2 years, LBCC has shown significant increase in completion and closed the equity gap. Superintendent President Dr. Romali will provide a presentation on how the district has moved to a data mining philosophy that has guided decisions that have increased degrees, completion, transfer, and success rates. And before I hand it off to you, Dr. Romali, I just wanted to really thank you for getting this rigorous about what we're doing. And I've heard rave reviews of this presentation that you've given to others. And I just wanted to also emphasize, you are truly the crown jewel of this college district, and I just don't want anything that has been said previously to affect you or the staff here as a criticism. You have my full support, and I will make sure that that's continued. And I believe you're doing a fantastic job. That was all. The sentiment has been echoed by other trustees, but I wanted to emphasize that I hope you don't feel that the previous remarks were by any way disparaging, although it may have seemingly been. So thank you, Superintendent President.
I
The
appreciate
floor
it.
is yours.
No, I'm a professional, and I take it all in stride, and I always welcome input, and I always take it very much to heart because I have tremendous respect for the people in this room, as well as the people in the audience and our students. I don't think you're going to find, I've been in this business 20 years, I honestly can say that I don't think you're going to find a harder working group of faculty, staff, administrators, students, and board members than we find here at LBCC. So I just feel very lucky to be here. So you want to hear some good news? Would anybody like to hear some good news?
Yes, we
Let's
sure
go
do.
for it. Let's
This-
talk good stuff. All right. So I'm not sure, I'm going to take a 40-minute presentation and make it into 10, 15 minutes. So I'm going to skip through some stuff and just hit some of the highlights. In any type of annual survey that we see about the best college presidents in America, you're going to hear the name Michael Crow come out. He's the president of ASU. And a place where my former boss works. So I'm really excited about that. She's really excited to be working for him. Frankly, I think she's was one of the best presidents in the nation. And 7 years ago, he came out with the concept that you can use data mining to understand student data in a predictive modeling manner in which you can then use that data to unemotionally make decisions about how you want to guide your college. And it was really groundbreaking at the time, and I was inspired by it. And during my previous position, worked on that for 6 years, and it really, honestly, was a key indicator in being able to dramatically drive student success. So I brought it here and had a wonderful time working with Heather Van Volkenberg and the rest of the research team on trying these kinds of concepts here and having the courage to look at data, understand it from a non-emotional standpoint. And I cannot tell you how quickly the faculty and staff and administrators jumped on this and really took it to heart and took it seriously as a way to increase student success. So I really want to thank them. So this was a presentation we made last week at a national conference for very, very big names in research for colleges and universities. And the team came up to me afterwards and said, this is the first college in the United States that has heeded Michael Crow's stance to use data mining to drive student success. And this should be a national model. So I really, you have a lot to be proud of for the work that you have done, and I really want to commend you. Last year, as you know, there was a graduation increase in I'm going to move through this very, very quickly. We saw a 27% increase in ADTs awarded. But what is most important to me is that it has been equity achieved. 41% increase in ADTs for African American students, 21% in the total awards for African American students, 26% increase in ADTs for Hispanic students. We're not just moving the dial 0.5%, 1% of the time. These are dramatic jumps for students of color. LBCC is on the national forefront of moving the dial for students of color. And I hope that you're really proud of that. That is so exciting to me. And when I'm sitting there at the end of my career and I look back as to what my proudest moments were, this slide is one of them. Because everybody must have a voice. And the only way you have a voice is to be educated. So what we did is we data mined to understand the problem with the awards and how many problems there were with so few students obtaining a degree within 1 year. We know that to be a problem. We have barriers to general education barriers in math, science, critical thinking. Our IPEDS graduation rates have been very variable all the time. These numbers are stinky, folks, but we know that, and we've done so much better. The faculty have really caught on to this. I'm really excited with how much movement we've made in the last few years. We have the best faculty ever. So the faculty and staff, everybody came up with great solutions in 17-18. These are some of the solutions. We did targeted counseling. We did targeted counseling interventions. This is a groundbreaking method where you take students who have more than 45 credits and you pattern code the classes that they need for graduation, and you customize a schedule for them so that the students don't have to wait to get those capstone classes to graduate. What does it mean? Another $1.5 million revenue for us and another 256 awards. And that's what it means at the end of the day. As I think it was Trustee Otto who was saying, it's about getting more and more and more students across the stage and doing so in a financially responsible manner. That's what we're talking about. Guess what else? It worked. Big surprise. We did more things in 18-19. We did more targeted counseling interventions. We hired 2 completion counselors, and we did counseling plus registration days. So what you do with data, when you see that it works, you lean on it, like Sheryl Sandberg says. You find what works and you lean on it. And that's exactly what we've done. Guess what? It works. We came up with a plan. The completion counselors have contacted students in this plan. The persistence has gone up 7 percentage points. Spring full-time persistence had gone up. Students with an educational plan, the persistence has gone up 13%. Unbelievable results. Easy peasy. We can do this all day long. I'm going to scoot past this. This talks about who we are and that we serve a diverse community. We've talked about this at previous board meetings where we are improving enrollment conversion using data, and we have been able to improve our conversion rate from 20 to 28%. That's huge in the first year. I'm sorry, I have to do a Trump reference. You love him or hate him, you gotta say huge, right? Come on, you gotta laugh. It's a heavy board meeting. We gotta laugh a little. Okay, so what that means is applicant to conversion enrollee. So the national average is somewhere between 38 and 42%. So we're gaining on the national average. We do not have an enrollment problem. We have a conversion problem. We have enough students interested in coming to LBCC. We simply don't convert them, okay? So we're using data to track trends in sections, in terms of the sections that we offer, so that we can do really targeted marketing to try and find students who might be interested in classes. We created multiple dashboards and high-level goals so that the shared governance bodies could use them at all levels of the institution in their plans. We looked at improving equitable and program enrollments by providing dashboards on headcount and duplicate enrollments. And to understand your problem, you have to be honest with where it comes from. We looked at our community and decided and understood that the persistent rates were declining in concert, almost number for number, with the unemployment rates. Well, that's good information, because if it means that students are going back to work, that's fantastic. What that means is you have to pivot as an institution. If students are now back at work, guess what? They're not going to be sitting here in our classes all day. What does that mean? It means we have to change direction, which means that we have to think about going to employers and offering classes that could advance their employees. When you have data, it changes the way you think. We also made changes in financial aid so that students can persist and complete faster. We used enrollment call campaigns. And guess what? In our call campaigns, we were able to enroll, from the 2,600 students called, the number enrolled was 14%. Is it worth it? You bet. We changed the registration dates. We also came up with a section recommendation engine that has an iterative algorithm that uses student behavior, their current schedule, and an educational plan to recommend the course sections. Okay? We targeted 5,000 students with less than 13 units. Guess what happened? We had a 6% increase in the fall term that led to more than $2.5 million for the college. See how understanding data tells a story. And if what story it tells you, you can then make great decisions based on that. We also talked about providing enrollment dashboards at the department level. We also came up with a groundbreaking, what will be a national trend in Promise 2.0. Now, Long Beach City College came up with the national trend of college promise, and it was copied all over. It came up with the great Eloy Oakley, the great F. King Alexander, and the great Chris Steinhauser. And they came up with a way to reduce barriers for access, and it solved the problem of access. However, what we did is when we mined the data, we found out that those promised students did not lead to significant differences in persistence, degree, completion, or transfer. So it got them in, but it didn't complete them. So what do you do? The data tells you that you solved one problem, but another problem exists. So we created Promise 2.0 to partner with Promise 1.0 that partners student success programming, degree transfer to the CSULB, and the wonderful Center for Community Partnerships to get them jobs. So by understanding data, you can take something that's already great and make it better. How exciting is that? We improved the Promise program and first-year supports. Our faculty have done a yeoman's job under the leadership of Paul Creason and Moises Gutierrez and Lee Douglas to bring about Assembly Bill 605, which is acceleration of math and English. And guess what? Our throughput rates are through the roof. Pre their work, our students were throughputting at 25% in English and 18% in math. Now we're up to 50% and 27%. See how the data help you understand the kinds of decisions you can make. We've increased persistence through Starfish Early Alert. Our goal was to get 25% of full-time faculty using it. The national average is around 27-28%. We've got 50% of our faculty using it. So if that doesn't tell you how dedicated our faculty, I don't know what is. We've diversified our dual enrollments by increasing our locations and our offerings, and we've used a scheduling planning dashboard to improve course supply to meet student demand. This is what students have told us they want. We've done it for you, and we're happy to do it for you. We looked at heat maps in terms of optimal scheduling times, students, in terms of what courses do you need and when do you want them, so that we can provide a customized course schedule for you based on when you want and need your classes. We've looked at denials in certain classes so that it helps the department chairs schedule the classes that the students need. Kathy Scott, our EVP, has done a phenomenal job with her deans in this. Guess what else data shows you? Shows you a heat map of the frequency and the capacity of the denials, so that you understand when the student demand for those denials is needed, so you understand when you need to schedule classes. You're probably saying to yourself, really? This is groundbreaking? Yes, it is. How fantastic is it that it's happening at LBCC? We're also looking at course success rates, and faculty have been extremely courageous in this conversation, because what we do is we did the bubbles of the courses and their success rates to understand what courses students are having trouble getting through. What that helps us do is design student supports for you and wrap around supports so that we can know exactly how to help you, okay? But it's not just that. It equates to money. For example, I have a math course that has a success rate of 48%. Well, that sounds about right. People struggle with math, right? Okay, but that means that if 15,000 students are enrolled in it and we have a 48% passage rate, 7,800 students are lost. That means $11.5 million of revenue loss. So see how everything feeds into each other. Money, student success, everything relates. I want that money so that I can help my students get across that math stage better. Okay, so these are just some examples. We also measure by race and ethnicity so that we can see where there are differences in student achievement to design programs that are better suited for student needs. We also look at course data on a faculty level. And there was an equity-focused pilot where course success data was used by a subset of faculty in the social science department, and they implemented an equity-focused framework. Guess what happened? Success rates went up 9%. Students, this is so exciting for you. Data is fun. Data is interesting. I hope that this makes you even more interested in math. Yes, Moises and Paul, that was a call out for you. I gave you a shout out. Guess what happened with their pilot? 7% improvement for Latino students, 14% for Black African American, 32% for Pacific Islander. Very exciting, okay? Now we're looking to expand the pilot. But these aren't only ways that you can use data. You can use data to understand your community and look where in your community we've pulled data where there's low educational attainment, low income attainment, high unemployment, and communities of color. And when you overlay these on top of each other, you can come up with a plan for adult education to provide increased free education to support those communities with short-term CTE programs and ESL for work programs. For example, we'll be offering cake decorating and flower arranging at Centro Cha, but we wouldn't understand the needs of the community unless we pulled that kind of data. We've been able to see triple, quadruple growth in these types of courses. Now that puts the community in community college. We can get behind that. And we've been able to increase the transfers despite the fact that CSU is impacted. So that's tremendous. We can also use labor market data to understand where the jobs are in Long Beach so that we can match students and match curriculum with those jobs. So we can leverage data from EMSI, present those hard and soft skills, talk to the faculty, and we can look at job postings to understand the labor market and where it's going, to make sure that our students are getting relevant degrees that are going to get them top-notch, high-paying jobs. Because if you can set your college apart on guaranteeing or highly recommending a job upon placement, that is a retention method, that's an enrollment method, and it's a student success method. And it will raise your completion. So I hope that you guys are excited about all the incredibly intense work we've done in measuring data and using it to drive student success and understanding that while it seems so simple, this is truly groundbreaking nationwide, and I think you can be tremendously proud that you've done this at Long Beach City College. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent President Dr. Romali. Gosh, you are so amazing. You know, we are lucky to have you as the president of this college and this amazing staff of yours. Honestly, I could say I have a contrast point and I have to be mindful of not always comparing, but man, talk about night and day from your previous administration. I mean, we would be lucky to get any data, let alone this magnitude. In 2 years, you've accomplished far more than anyone prior to you in their tenure. So I applaud you for the incredible work you're doing and your incredible enthusiasm, kindness, and empathetic approach that is very healing and much needed. So I just want to open it up. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
I'll comment.
Vice President Malauulu?
Dr. Romali, I'd like to echo President Zia's remarks that I do believe that we are very lucky to have you, and I'm very grateful for the work that you're doing, particularly with our students of color. I appreciate the data that you've presented. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, so you're not just, cheerleading, you're actually producing, so I really appreciate that. And I think on behalf of the student population who recognizes that they were neglected for a long time, I think that they also appreciate the work that you're doing to make sure that they are recognized and that they are being prepared equally to non-students of color. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Trustee Zia?
Trustee Baxter?
Yes. I just want to echo what they said, but I also want to bring up a kind of totally different point. On Monday night, I was invited by the LBCCFA to a meeting, and what impressed me so much about the faculty, and The data mining has to do with the faculty, because the faculty are the ones who are in, with their boots on the ground, is when I went to and I'm going to call it a union meeting, I thought immediately it would be a list of da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It wasn't. It was all positive, and Trustee Entick was there, but this really kind of happened before you got there. And it was all, we want the college to succeed, we want to do better, we want to help the students, and it was all positive things, and I was going to tell you later some of the things that they said that were so right on, and I was really proud of the fact that the faculty really was not concerned about money or different issues and things like that, not that they shouldn't be, but that their main concern was student success and delivering and making sure that the students got what they deserved to succeed. And I really want to laud them for that, because I know it was totally sincere. I don't think it was set up to be that way. It just came out that way, and I'm just very proud of the faculty, and having been a former faculty member, so I can feel proud about that too. And then just a little sidelight, one of the faculty there, she was introduced to me, and you know how you don't pay attention to somebody's name, so she's sitting next to me, and I said to her, "Is your last name Black?" And she said, "Yes." And I said, "Were you a student in 1980? This was one of my students in 1980. And I'm so proud that she went from a student at LBCC to be teaching at LBCC. So that's my comment.
When the questions are complete, I also have another item, Trustee Zia.
Thank you, Superintendent President Dr. Romali. Trustee Otto?
Sure. I can see the transformation around the college with the faculty's buy-in, enthusiasm, and the work that they're doing. They seem to really have gotten on the student success boat, and that's an incredible accomplishment at this college. When I went over this report, and I'm only going to make a couple of comments about it, that I'd like some clarification on. We show counts for each year and that things are improving, but we don't show rates. And the rates are, what percentage of people are doing these things. Historically, in community colleges, we had 6-year rates and 3-year rates, and those were what we measured against, and that's not here. And I'd love to get those, because I think that will be important.
Are you referring to the IPEDS rates?
Pardon?
Are the IPEDS rates, the federal IPEDS rates?
No, I worry about iPads. I don't know what they show. I mean, I see your chart in here about iPads compared with other things, but and then on page 4, I think it is, I don't know, the one, the awards for all students, it says that our certificates went from, in 2016, 426 down to 283, down again in 18 to 238, and then they're back up. I think that there's a backstory there. I think what we did with certificates was do a major triage to do that, but I don't read that in there, and I think that if we're going to show this at San Francisco, that we've got to be able to say that and do those things. And then on and this is the last thing I'll say, because I know it's a long meeting already, is that in the equity awards, I see achievements in equity, but when I look down at the ADTs for white students from 17 to 18, they're up 40%, I think, pretty close to 40%.
Yes.
And so when we say that Hispanics are up 26%, I think we have to say, how are we doing on equity if the whites are still achieving more than the Hispanics? And I think there's an answer to that. But at the same time, we've still got a long way to go. I couldn't agree with Superintendent President Romali more than anything she said, is that Our problem is not getting people in the door. Our problem is to get people over the finish line, and that's what our focus has to be. We need to focus on completion, not just because it's what we're supposed to do, but because will be one of the ways under the new funding formula where we get paid. And it's a very hard needle to move, historically at least. We are very low on a statewide ranking of colleges, and we're getting better, and we're putting a lot of resources into that. But we need to focus on completion and not on getting them in the door. And I see all the measures that are being taken to accomplish that. To whether it's additional counselors, whether it's all the things that you mentioned. So let's stay focused on. And I didn't say the last part of that sentence, and that is, get them across the line, but get them across the line equitably. And that means that everybody is at the same rate doing that. And if we can keep saying that and make that almost be our mantra, then this is important. What this study shows is all the different ways we can look at all the different things that are going on, and it's a great testimony to the college that we're doing this work.
Thank you, Trustee Otto, for those very prudent words and spot-on words. Any other trustees who would like to opine before I move on to the consent agenda?
One moment. I'm so sorry, President Zia. I have, if the comments for this item are done, I have something very special that Trustee Ntuk would like to do with Trustee Baxter.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was waiting for Trustee Ntuk to come back so that we could do that, but I'm glad that he did. So, Trustee Ntuk, did you want to present?
Yeah, sure. We tried to earlier in the agenda, but just in between agenda items here, we had a African American scholarship fundraiser 2 Saturdays back now here on campus, and Deb Peterson did a wonderful job of organizing, got professional music players, organized folks to come out. It was here on campus. And part of the event was recognizing some of the great work that Jenny Baxter's done over the years in her role in the foundation and as a professor on campus and as a board member now. And so she was recognized, but unfortunately her busy travel schedule had her out of the country, I believe, for that evening. But I did talk about some of her work and her priorities around homeless students and working to address homeless students. So the funds that were raised that night are going towards the African American Scholarship Fund, but we also asked people to make additional contributions towards our homeless student fund. That we estimate between 5 and 10% of our students are homeless or housing insecure, who might be sleeping in their car or couch surfing. And so we shared that with the audience and asked for a second contribution. And so tonight I'm just going to give her a check that's going to go, it's from the foundation to the foundation, from one fund to the other. They didn't want to get her another plaque or trophy or keychain, anything like that, but they thought making a contribution to the Homeless Student Fund was an appropriate recognition of Dr. Baxter. So, Jenny, officially, the contribution is being handed over to you at the board meeting. So please give her a round of applause.
No, let's take the picture so Trustee Ntuk can sit down. Maybe Trustee Malulu, because you're so good. No.
I have one hand left.
Oh, that's right.
I might not be good.
See, I'm learning from Trustee Zia. She always has the picture. I want this on Twitter.
Oh, I'm sorry, Josh.
Yeah, no, you talk. We're already done. Well, thank you very much. It's funny how my reputation precedes me. They said she doesn't want a plaque, give money. So that's wonderful. Trustee Zia and I are very involved with the Helping the Homeless Student Fund. So this is money from one student group to hire, to help another student group, and I think that's wonderful, and I appreciate it. I want to give a shout out to Counselors Deborah Peterson and Dwayne Schaefer, who put this concert on. We had nationally recognized musicians performing on campus. It was a wonderful event. Unfortunately, they didn't ask me if I was going to be in town, and so I asked Trustee Intuck to represent me, and I appreciate that very much. But this also segues into another idea that they have, and some of you may not know, a long time ago, I taught history of American women. I started the class in 1972, and on May 2nd, this same group, the African American Scholarship Fund, is bringing a nationally recognized figure and founder of the women's rights movement. Her name is Dorothy Pittman Hughes. She, along with Gloria Steinem, was the co-founder of Ms. Magazine. And a lot of young people don't realize there was no such word as Ms. 50 years ago. It was created by these two women to differentiate between you're not a Miss and you're not a Mrs., you're a Ms. And so Dorothy Pittman was a leading figure in the feminist movement. She is now in her 80s. She's coming on campus. And what's great is she's speaking to our students and to the public. And Trustee Intuck has some flyers. And Trustee Jones, I'm going to give you a couple to take. And she's speaking to two classes, and I think this is wonderful. Talk about collaboration between a historical figure and speaking with our students. She's speaking to Rachel Hollenberg's Introduction to Feminist Philosophy class. She's speaking to Vanessa Crespin Peralta's History of American Women class, a class that's gone on all these years, since 1972, every semester. And then, at my insistence, we're opening it up to the community, and that's why I wanted to talk about this. So, on May 2nd, from 12:30 to 2 p.m., she will be available to talk about Community Talking Circles topic, Intersectionality in the Third Wave of the Feminist Movement. This will be in the bistro, and the public is invited to attend. We're going to ask for a donation. It is open to the public, but if people want to give money, because I said you can't do this for nothing, that would be great. But who is supporting this is the foundation, the students, the Viking Student Council, and the African American Students Scholarship Fund. So I'm going to put this on Twitter. I'm sure Trustee Intuck is too, and I hope that she has a great turnout, and it'll be a real coup for Long Beach City College to have someone of her rank and reputation on campus. She happens to be African American. That I think that's also a plus, and she's really a figure nationally in the women's rights movement. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Baxter, and congratulations. We will now move on to consent agenda. I did not get any requests to pull any items. May I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Trustee Otto. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Student Trustee Jones.
Aye.
Item 6.1, Tri-LBCC initial bargaining proposal to district, full contract renewal. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees acknowledge the Tri-LBCC initial bargaining proposal for reopener negotiations for 2019-2020 as submitted in accordance with applicable state laws and regulations. It is recommended that following public comment, the Board of Trustees accept the Tri bargaining proposal for reopener negotiations for 2019-2020 on a successor agreement with CHI LBCC on the issues that are articulated in the board item. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President
Second.
Malauulu, seconded by Trustee Intug. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia,
Aye. Item 6.2, district's initial bargaining proposal to CHI LBCC full contract renewal. This is also an action item that the Board of Trustees adopt the district initial bargaining proposal to CHI LBCC for reappointment negotiations for 2019-2020 as submitted. Is there a motion? Moved by Trustee Otto. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Item 6.3, employment contract with Margaret Antonio Palomares, Assistant Director of CalWorks. This is the action. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve the employment contract for Margaret Antonio Palomares, Assistant Director, CalWorks, as submitted. The employment contract provides for a term of employment from July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2021. The contract provides for annual compensation of $100,220 along with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, or is there a second?
So, second.
Seconded by Vice President Malauulu. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Item 6.4, employment contract with Jean Duran, Vice President of Human Resources. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approved the employment contract for Jean Duran, Vice President of Human Resources, as submitted. The employment contract provides a term of employment from April 25th, 2019 to June 30th, 2021. The contract provides for annual compensation of $199,722 along with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Vice President Malauulu. Are there any questions, comments? I'd like to comment and say, Jean, I am very proud of you. I've seen you come to your own and really embrace your position and really do great work. I'm very proud of you, and I will cast my vote in favor of this with pleasure. Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Congratulations, Jean. Item 6.5, employment contract with Maria Ekwell, Director of Disabled Student Programs and Services. It is an action item that the Board of Trustees approved the employment contract for Maria Ekwell, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, Maria, Director of Disabled Students Programs and Services, as submitted. The employment contract provides for a term of employment from July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2021. The contract provides for annual compensation of $115,409 along with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
I love my left side is really fast. So we got Trustee Baxter as the maker of the motion, seconded by Vice President Malauulu. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none, Madam Secretary?
Virginia Baxter,
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu,
Aye.
Uduak Joe Intuck,
Aye.
Doug Otto,
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Item 6.6, employment contract with Gabrielle Rivera, Director of Track and Field Cross Country Head Coach. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approves the employment contract for Gabrielle Rivera, Director of Track and Field Cross Country Head Coach, as submitted. The employment contract provides for a term of employment from July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2021. The contract provides for annual compensation of $102,026 along with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. Do I have the motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Baxter. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice President. I think they gave up. Vice President Malauulu seconded that. Is there any questions, comments? Hearing none, Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Inta.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Item 6.7, employment contract with William Vega, Director of Promise Pathways. This is an action item that the Board of Trustees approve the employment contract for William Vega, Director of Promise Pathway as submitted. The employment contract provides for a term of employment from July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. The contract provides for annual compensation of $105,086 along with health and welfare benefits and life insurance. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Vice President Malauulu, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. Madam Secretary, can you please call the vote?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu.
Aye.
Uduak Joe Inta.
Aye.
Doug Otto.
Aye.
Sunny Zia.
Aye. Item 6.8, Revised Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 3005, Continuation of Benefits for Retirees, benefits for retirees and survivors of employees or retirees. This is a first reading, and it is a revised Board Policy 3005, a continuation of benefits for retirees and survivors of employees or retirees. We have received the information. Are there any questions, comments?
Yeah.
Trustee Otto?
Yeah. This is a. Was there a financial analysis done with regard to this, or does it not cost us anything? I couldn't tell from the policy itself.
So on this policy, this is just continuing what we do already. Really what this is cleaning it up a little bit. In the regulation, what you'll see is it referred mostly to contractual obligations with FA and AFT. Those are already contained in the contract. So to have just one source document for that, we left them in the contract and took them out of the regulation. It's just a cleanup.
It seems like with this and with some other ones, what we're doing is we're saying it's all in the contract, and yet we don't see the contract. I mean, the contract's not provided for us now. And I don't get me wrong, I'm not saying there's a boogeyman here. I'm just saying that if the policy goes from an elaborate way, policy and regulations go to how we're doing this, I'd like to see what it is that we're doing, just so that I know it. And by the way, it's the reason I wrote down in my notes here, this is revised board policy and administration regulations for continuance of benefits for retirees and survivors of employees or retirees. If it's the agreement's already reached, I'd like to see what that is, or at least understand it, because I worry that this could create somehow a financial burden on the college, which Vice President Drinkwine could talk to us about. And I don't know whether we need it, but somebody needs to make me feel comfortable that we don't need it. So
Yeah, perhaps, sorry, perhaps it would be helpful, that's a good suggestion, Trustee Otto, perhaps it would be helpful to have a hyperlink in the policy to the various union contracts.
That's easy.
That way you can go right to it and get some peace of mind there.
That's easy.
President Zia, I have a question. Because, first of all, I'm going to abstain from voting because I am a retiree. But I wanted to know the rationale for, it appears to me that you've eliminated the opportunity for retirees after their benefits run out you've disallowed them to continue the coverage by paying for it. What was the rationale? Was this a union decision? Was this a college decision? Because if And my retirement benefits haven't run out yet, so I'm not worried about that. But eventually they will, because I'm going to live to be 100. What was the rationale about if I wanted to pay to continue?
So this regulation does not change anything that the district is already doing now.
Oh,
Because what is stated in the regulation is already stated in faculty contracts, in classified contracts, and also in the management handbook. So when those particular items change, they're negotiated, approved by the board, ratified by the bargaining unit, then that change will take effect there. And we don't have a separate policy with conflicting language hanging out there, which this had, because
I
even
understand.
some of the other
Okay.
contracts, it had changed a bit because it hadn't been updated in the regulation. So that's all it's doing. It is not a fundamental shift or any change to the benefits that are already going on for retirees
okay,
or their dependents.
okay, thank you.
And when,
Trustee Otto?
and when I read the last sentence of the revised policy, it says the policy is subject to change due to modification of the district paid medical benefits plan. I presume that's in the agreement, but I mean, the collective bargaining agreement, that it can be changed because of that. So, but not having the agreement, I would check that out.
That's correct. Anything that would be changed on benefits for any of the bargaining units would be negotiated with the bargaining units and then brought back to the board for approval.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we have responsible financial oversight over how these things can affect us going forward, and I'm not sure that we do if we just say, oh, it's just what's in the contract. So we need to kind of understand it.
And if, to that point, if I may reassure you, it is at that point when we provide you with a revised agreement that we provide you with the financial implications and impact of that agreement. So when you go through your process to approve any of those changes, we will provide for you in a very detailed manner, we will quantify the cost of any of those changes or the savings.
Yeah, I have a very thick file on higher education pension benefits, community college pension benefits, and medical benefits as well. And there's no easier way to get out of to get in trouble if you don't do that. And so when I get just a piece of paper that says it's all dependent on something that I haven't seen, and I'm not saying I could even understand it if I look at it, but you understand what I'm saying.
So we're going to provide the link then, perhaps in the future. Thank you. Okay, item 6.9, revised board policy and administrative regulation on institutional code of ethics. This is also a first reading, and we have received the information. Are there any questions or comments? Hearing none. Item 6.10, revised board policy and administrative regulation, leaves of absence with pay. This is also a first reading and informational item, and it is provided for reference in the board docket. Are there any questions or comments?
Yes, Trustee Z, I have a question.
Trustee
Yes,
Baxter?
I understand the leave of absence with pay, but 6 months ago, or however many months ago it was, came up about leave of absence without pay. Has there been any activity within the bargaining unit to come up with a policy of leave of absence without pay? And you weren't around then.
So actually, so within FA, there is under leaves the ability for the board to grant leave without pay, which similar they could do with the
Okay.
classified bargaining unit and with an administrator. The board does retain that right.
Okay, great.
Trustee Otto?
Sure. So basically what this does is take 6 pages, I think, of prior thought-out regulations and say, you know what, we're not going to do any of that stuff anymore. What we're going to do is basically say it's all negotiated and that's all there is, that you just have to look at the agreement. And when I looked at 3017.2, It says leaves of absence with pay may be granted to academic and classified employees in accordance with the district's collective bargaining agreements with each of the 3 different unions. And so it's hard, the way this is presented, for there to be good board oversight of this. It doesn't say anything about how that I hear with how these leaves will be granted, are their criteria or whatnot. Maybe it's all in the collective bargaining agreement at great length, and I've studiously avoided reading those agreements.
It actually is contained there, and that would have the most current and updated language that the board has agreed to with the bargaining units. So again, I think maybe the hyperlink would assist.
Great.
But again, the idea was just to make sure that there is only one current source document, and that when we do change the contracts, go into bargaining, that it isn't duplicated or there isn't conflicting language in a regulation.
Yeah. We want to know how many, what's the extent of it? Does it have any impact on our ability to deliver classes and things like that? Because sometimes those things come up, and that's, I think, is our oversight responsibility, is to ask those kinds of questions, which would not be contained in the collective bargaining document, which is, I presume, what these other pages of former regulations, which we're voting to eliminate, covered in many ways. You think?
I'm not sure I understand the question, because if there was anything that this regulation would have covered, we would have gone to the contract first, because that would contain the most current agreement with the unit.
Yeah, the 3017.2 says personal necessity leave, and it defines it all, and then it talks about, at point 3, imminent death leave, 4 is bereavement leave, and 5 is discretionary leave, jury duty leave, paternal leave, management leave, confidential leave, short-term military, all those things, I guess, are in the agreement.
Correct.
That, so if we can just see how it, not only what the rules are, but how it's manifesting itself, both financially and practically, so that we can say, our oversight responsibility says, now I understand this is great. So I'm not questioning. Okay, that's it.
Trustee Ntuk?
Question for Vice President Duran. Can you share what the shared governance policy process that these policies that relate to the collective bargaining agreements went through, and what was the feedback you received from the different unions?
Sure. So this particular policy and regulation went through President's Leadership Council, which is a shared governance body that has all representatives from the bargaining units as well as administrators. It was discussed with them 1 month. We were open to questions, and then it was brought back the following month. In the intervening period, I actually did not receive any questions from any of the constituents on that body.
And is this related at all to the upcoming negotiations, or is this unrelated activity?
So not related to. So really, I think what they understood, that the intent of this was to make sure that the source document for how we operate with regard to this particular policy or these particular actions is contained in the contract.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I just wanted to
Superintendent
add,
President Dr. Molly.
Chuck, if it's helpful, the reason you're seeing so many policy reviews tonight is at the last accreditation report, we got a finding that we had not updated our policies in a timely manner, and so we wanted to make sure that we got that done before we started in on the writing of the report next year.
I understood that.
Thank you for that clarification, Superintendent President Dr. Molly. Item 6.11, revised board policy and administrative regulation 3021, personnel files. This is also a first reading, and we've gotten the information. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. Item 6.12, revised board policy and administrative regulation on travel and professional conference attendance. Again, this is the first reading, and we've received the information. Are there any questions, comments on this item? Hearing none. Item 6.13. I'm sorry.
I had a question.
Trustee Otto?
Yes, sure. So on 612, is this a change in how we're historically done things for travel and professional conference attendance? Is it, Marlene?
Yes, thank you. That one's fine. This does not reflect a change in the policy or the admin regulation. Rather, it cleans up some of the language to have the correct references. The reductions we made related to the deficit reduction plan, we did so as guidelines or to clarify what best practices are. We felt that it was inappropriate to include that discussion in administrative regulations or board policy because it was beyond that greater guidance and really narrowed down things like think about travel out of state, think about how many people you spend. So it wasn't as restrictive or as a control as that you would expect in a board policy or the admin reg.
I understand completely, and this mirrors the discussion we had earlier about policies and regulations, and I think I was the one that said regulations have to be general enough so that they apply to lots of situations, and I understand that. Again, I feel like I'm just wearing this oversight hat tonight, which is, okay, how much is this? What's the trend with it? I guess I can ask those kinds of questions offline or not at this meeting, but I want to make sure that the information there is very available. I see that the reg is basically not changed at all, so this one gave me less heartburn, if you will, than some other ones where I couldn't see anything. So thank you. That's what I needed.
Thank you.
Thank you for your very insightful comments, Trustee Otto. We will now move on to item 6.14, excuse me. Revised board policy, we just did 13. Oh, I'm sorry. The professional development leave. Thank you. We have received the information on this. This is also a first reading. Are there any questions or comments on this front?
Yes.
Trustee Otto?
Okay. So this is professional development. I can't separate these pages here. This is professional development leave, and the policy is fine. When I went to the regulations, the entire 3 pages of detailed regulations are eliminated in exchange for the Vice President of Academic Affairs will administer this, and it's all according to the collective bargaining agreements. Is this a recent trend in the way it's being done at other colleges and whatnot? I hadn't seen it before, and I get it at one level, but I mean, I don't see any reporting requirements about where they go off and they do this professional development leave, and it doesn't have to be to us, but to anybody. And is that, Gene?
It is again. I think, you know, just for the sake of a clarity, so that there is simply one source document that contains the mechanics of how this is done, the rules of how this is done. And since this particular regulation really was focused mostly on faculty sabbatical leave, and that is fully outlined in the contract, and any changes would be done at the table, and again, you know, approved by the board and ratified by the bargaining unit. And so that would have the most current language. So instead of having to send people to 2 or 3 places or having old language sit out there again that is in conflict, still board approved language, but old language that is in conflict, it's easier just to have one source document to send them to.
And don't anybody take this the wrong way, but I think that our responsibility as a governing board is to understand what's going on and what the effects are on other areas of the college that people may not be thinking about, whether they're financial or ability to offer classes, or, you know, whether we're going to get into any problems with student success, because we could teach 25 English classes, but we can't now because people have got off to do things. And I'm not saying that I think that this is true, but what I worry about is this some kind of slippery slope that what happens is that it becomes harder for us to get the information that we need in order to say, that's okay, or what about this? Just to ask questions.
So as we do go through negotiations or do change the source document, certainly that information is provided to the board. And we will provide any information that any of the trustees would need in order to make an informed decision on approving or disapproving the particular item that was in front of them. Just as we did through negotiations, again, costing things out, making sure we understood not only if it's a full-time faculty, but what full-time faculty language does to part-time faculty, and may in fact do to some other groups because they may. So we do our best to provide that to the board at the time that those agreements are coming before the board.
I'll try and say it, and then I'll shut up slightly differently about all these things. I don't want it to feel like governance by collective bargaining agreement, so that it's being done out there and it's harder. It makes it harder for us to get access to information. I'm not suggesting we keep these things, and I understand that this is a trend. Although I'm going to look into the how this grew up and whatnot, because I think that it's important to do that. But no problems with it. I'm just okay.
And Trustee Otto, please don't feel like you have to abbreviate your comments. Don't feel like you have to abbreviate your comments. This is the forum for us to have the discussion, and you bring some very insightful points. So we certainly appreciate it. They're very prudent. Item 6.14, the right item now. Reduce workload, administrative regulation. On reduced workload. This is also a first reading, and we have received the information. Are there any questions, comments? Trustee Otto?
What a surprise.
No, this is great. These are great points.
Is there a cost analysis of this reduced workload? The way I read it real quickly, and once again, we've gone from several pages of regulations to just saying this is in accordance with the district collective bargaining agreements with the full-time faculty, and so what I was concerned about is, do we know if all of a sudden we're reducing workload based on are there stops on it? Can we say, wait a minute, too many of our science instructors are asking for this, and that may impede our ability to offer all the classes we needed to get people into the nursing program or things like that. Is there a way to do that, and is there a way for us to know that?
We can certainly address that as a separate issue, but I will say that the language that was previously contained in the admin regs replicated the language that was in the bargaining agreement. And I'm not sure when the last time that may have been changed in your agreement, but anytime we have a proposed change in the agreement, we do provide you. Certainly we would have at that point in the past, and certainly as we move forward, you would be provided with an in-depth analysis as to how it would affect the district both financially and operationally. And so what we're attempting to do here is have the focus on the actual legal document that drives this activity versus in the board policy. You still retain all of your governance, but that governance we recognize with collective bargaining issues is at that point when you're agreeing, when you are approving that collective bargaining agreement rather than here. And yes, you will notice this as a trend. There are other documents that are the driving source that are not the board policy. An example will be you will be approving a contracts-related policy. I'm not sure tonight. I believe it's at the next meeting, for instance, that references a bid limit. That bid limit's contained in law. And so we would reference the law versus the dollar amount. And that's an attempt to make sure that we are always accurate and always up to date by recognizing that there are different points where the source document is the driving force versus the board policy. We want to ensure that our board policies are always relevant and that there's never a disagreement which could cause us some legal heartburn.
Yeah. And I just want to make sure that the college has the ability, outside the collective bargaining agreement, to say, too many of those, we can't do that. Sorry, you have a right to do reduce your workload from either full-time to part-time or as a pre-retirement option, but we can't let all of you do that. Do we have that control, or is it just in the collective bargaining agreement?
It would be, the controls would be listed in the collective bargaining, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
It would be, again, be in the contract, if I understood the question.
Okay. So if I went to the collective bargaining agreement and said, I'm concerned that we're going to lose all of our anatomy professors because they're near retirement age, and if they all decide they want to go to a reduced workload, we won't have the people. I know we got options, hiring other people and whatnot, but I'll learn about how that works in the collective bargaining agreement.
Correct, reduced workload under STRS, yes. It's listed in there.
Okay, okay.
Are there any more questions, comments? Item 6.15, revised board policy on resignations. This is an information item, and we have received the information. Are there any questions, comments?
I want you to know I have no questions.
Hearing none. Item 6.16, revised board policy and regulation on sabbatical leave. This is also a first reading and information. We've received the information in our board docket. Are there any questions or comments?
Yeah, this one was a particularly hard one because we had eligibility requirements, we had length of leave requirements, there was a sabbatical leave committee that voted on all of these things, and there were limitations on the number of leaves. There was a technical section on compensation and salary increases and other stuff, and that's all gone, but I bet you're going to tell me it's all in the collective bargaining agreement now, and that's where I have to go to find these things, because those things are now, and just out of curiosity, in the negotiations, who proposed these? Did the union propose these, or did the college propose these changes in the collective bargaining agreements?
So these are items that are in the contract and have been in the contract for years. It's actually part of Ed Code, and then the district negotiates it with the bargaining unit. So the idea to change this was part of our sort of modernization of our regulations, again, to ensure that there is just one source document that contains the language that controls this action and this regulation.
Okay.
I know I sound like a broken record.
Okay, no, I get it. Okay, that's all.
Anyone else have any comments, questions? Hearing none. Item 7.1, new modified and inactivated courses. The Board of Trustees, this is a recommended action that we approve the new modified and activated courses effective fall 2020 as submitted. They have been created and modified to meet the Title V requirements. Does anyone from staff want to provide input before I call it out for action?
This falls into what I call the 10 plus 1. This is the stuff that the faculty gets control over unless there's something completely glaring.
It's the number 1 of the 10 plus 1, just to be clear. Professor Koenig is here to answer any questions about these 3 areas that are coming up. But this one about the courses is just exciting because we continue to add in more non-credit classes. Many of these are, again, what Central Cha had requested, including the family child care management for families that want to start child care in their home. We've got the library non-credit program. We've got the cake decorating, which was specifically requested, cake decorating part 1 and part 2, along with a certificate. And I can let Professor Koenig explain any further, but we're very proud of these, and the curriculum committee has worked diligently to get these courses on the books for our students in our community.
Great work. It's great work.
Thank you. Would you like to say a few words, Professor? No? Okay, great. Trustee Ntuk, did you want to say something?
I did, if I can speak. Thanks for bringing this forward. I saw, I talked to Dr. Scott about trying to figure out a way to put a summary of each course in the description, the agenda item. So in the future, when we're going back for searching or to sharing, we know when this food science class came and food, that we can find it, because it's a lot of classes in one document, but it's welcome. I saw particularly there was a fire science class in there, and I didn't know if you could speak to how that aligns with the CAL FIRE requirements for accreditation for fire science programs.
This is actually a course that's already on the books. This was a part of the routine review process where we look at courses every 6 years, and it was simply a modification to the catalog description. And what they were trying to correct was just sort of errors that were in the description. So this is not a new course. So, but we will be bringing some fire stuff to you at some point. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Hearing none.
President Zia? I did have a question.
Yes.
So regarding the inactivated course.
Sorry, Trustee Jones, since you're going to be a voting member, I think we need to have a motion and a second so we can have discussion.
I apologize.
Oh, no, it's my fault. I should have called for the motion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. The right side is being the left side in the motion making now. Trustee Intuk made the motion, seconded by Trustee Otto. Go ahead, Trustee Jones, for discussions.
So the question I did have regarding this is in the area of the inactivated courses. I guess the first question is, I know that according to the description in here, that it said that that these courses hadn't been offered lately, the Art 11H and Art 12H. Were there any other considerations that went into it outside of the courses just not being offered? As to why we
Yes,
inactivated
actually,
them?
these are actually my courses. So I can speak to that. What we're trying to do here, it's no disrespect to the courses themselves. The actual regular sections still exist. So we have Art 4 and Art 11. It's actually Art 11 on the books. The problem is that in order to offer an honors section, you also, because of open course requirements, you have to offer the other section as well. And our concern is that we aren't going to have enough enrollment to sort of satisfy those two sections. And we also want to be honest and fair in our advertisements in our catalog. Then these have been in the catalog, and if someone's looking for these as an option in their honors program, they simply haven't been offered. So we want to be, the issue here is more about honesty in the catalog and cleaning it up. We would love to have these as honors sections, and we will certainly consider that in the future, just based on enrollment.
Okay, and then I guess kind of a follow-up to that. I know that my experience has been that typically when there's a lack of enrollment for an honors version of a course, there's an option for a dual section for it to be taught in concurrence with a regular section. Will these two courses possibly be offered as a combined section?
That would be a way to bring them back. That might be a good strategy to sort of experiment with whether there's enough interest, and I think that's a great idea. At the current time, these are being inactivated, and so we have to have a discussion in the department about, do we feel there's enough interest in this? And there very well may be. So I think that's the way to bring them back to life when the time comes. So, but I appreciate your input. Thank you.
Sure. And then just, looking forward, with those conversations do come back up, I would appreciate it if there's consideration given to, the fact that the honors course offering is already not extremely robust. There are a lot of courses offered. However, I feel that, especially with the two courses that are being inactivated, it kind of sends maybe a negative view out, because these are both dealing with sections that could be, marginalized communities, and could potentially increase the interest in the honors program by giving people the opportunity to take coursework that may be relevant to them or their histories.
I appreciate that. I will take that information to the department, and hopefully we can have a good conversation about bringing these back. So,
thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Call for the vote. All those in favor?
Virginia Baxter.
Aye.
Vivian Malauulu. Aye. Uduak Joe Intuk.
Aye.
Doug Otto. Sunny Zia.
Aye.
Student Trustee Jones.
Nay.
So if it's okay with the rest of the board, I think maybe for just being mindful of time, is it okay if we do voice votes instead of roll call votes going forward? Is that something that would work for the rest of the board?
I thought we had a requirement for roll.
No, there's no requirement apparently. Is there a requirement?
I do have a question.
Yeah,
How does
I
it,
think you were noted incorrectly in that last vote. If you look back, didn't it
I
say
think-
Zia, nay? Did you say nay?
No, I
No.
believe
nay.
Trustee
Trustee
Jones
Jones did, but if you look, it said Zia, nay.
Let's go back.
Or, I'm so tired, I don't know how to read anymore.
No, you were an editor. Yeah, you are absolutely right with your eagle eye.
To edit books for a living.
So, yes, thank you.
Because he's not included,
You
see,
Trustee
and I went with the
Baxter.
last one. In the vote.
But if it's okay if it's the pleasure of the board, I'm just going to call for voice votes.
You sure can, but I'll still have to put it in here because it's in board docs.
That's fine.
and
You can
I'll have
put
to
it in,
show
but
up.
just so that for the sake of.
But I can't move forward until I do it. You'll have to wait for me to
Yeah,
still
that's
click 'em.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, item 7.2, new programs of.
President Zia, I do have a question. How will that affect the recording of the Student Trustees Advisory vote? If we're doing a
You
voice
would
vote?
also be able to say.
Okay.
So I would say all those in favor say aye, and then all those in opposed, and that's how it'll get reflected. Item 7.2, this is also an action item for the programs of study which were created to meet Title V. It is recommended that the Board of Trustees approve the programs of studies effective fall 2020 as submitted. This is to respond to advisory committee recommendations and or to facilitate transfer. The programs of study were developed and approved by their respective college departments and schools. Documentation has been reviewed by the Associated Degree General Education Subcommittee and approved by the Committee on Curriculum and Instruction. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Baxter. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Trustee Intuk. Are there any questions, comments?
I'd like to say just thank you.
Trustee Intuk?
On the ESL and the cake class here. I know prior to getting on the board, Central Child was wanted to have a better relationship with the college. And in the last year, I think we've gone in that direction. And I know this was a priority item for them. So I'm really appreciative to see that it made it through the process in here tonight. So
Thank you.
Any other board members who have questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, we'll wait until you record it. So it was 5-0. Beautiful. I like this. Item 7.3, area of emphasis of degrees. This was an information item. We got the information in our board docket. It is presented. It was presented at the previous board meeting. However, Dr. Scott requested that we resubmit the background information on area of emphasis degrees, including social justice and global studies. Dr. Scott, did you want to say anything on this item?
Again, I'm just very proud of the curriculum committee and the work that they have done, and I will defer to our curriculum chair.
Thank you, Dr. Scott. Yeah, I did want to just say a couple things about this. We're really making good progress on the social justice studies ADT and the global studies ADT. I actually have lists of courses. We're very, very close, so we're excited about bringing these forward. I think these are going to be a great opportunity for students who don't necessarily want to commit to a particular major, but they have an idea of what they're interested in. And so this is the beauty of the area of emphasis, is that it's not just a sort of catch-all degree, but rather directs them in a particular direction that will lead to a major ultimately, but it gives them a little more leeway. So, and these are also fairly low unit major. I mean, you only have to have 18 units for a major. So this is another expedient way to sort of get to the end goal and walk across that stage. So we're excited about it.
Thank you so much. Thank you for mentioning that and for your hard work. It means a lot. So I don't believe we have anything on this front to vote. Sure, Trustee Intuk?
Yeah, thank you. I know the ADT is a degree with a guarantee, and it's great to see the social justice and the social work and global studies coming through. And I know it aligns with Long Beach State and the different program options there. I just had one question on, I've noticed that Cerritos and El Camino have ADTs in computer science, and we don't have an ADT in computer science, even though we offer computer science. Is that somewhere in the pipeline coming, or is there a process to initiate consideration of a computer science?
That's a very good question. Thank you for asking that. Yeah, we're also looking at the progress report on ADTs to see where we are. And we actually have a good number of ADTs in comparison. However, that's one of our problem areas, computer science. The reason we don't have an ADT in that right now is because certain classes, when they have unit values that are over the recommended level, I'm not going to point fingers at anyone in particular, but we have a couple of areas where we have sort of high unit courses that actually prevent us from creating the ADT right now. We are working on that. We are having conversations with the faculty members because this is an area that faculty have to agree to these changes, and we look forward to getting a good compromise soon. So it's on our radar. We're talking to people. We will keep you posted. So yeah, thank you.
Anyone else? I do want to remind our board members that it's getting close to 9, and I promise these lovely young students that I'll get them out in time. Just something to be mindful of. Item 8.1, emergency resolution, public project. This is a recommended action that the Board of Trustees adopt resolution number 042419B pertain to the award of a contract without bidding and advertising an emergency situation as submitted. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Trustee Otto, seconded by Trustee Baxter. Are there any questions, comments? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item 8.2, business service update. This is a report from Vice President of our Business Services, Marlene Drinkwine, who will give us an update to the board on current projects. We've received the report. Marlene, would you like to expand on any items or further comment?
I believe I've given you a good update on those projects that we're undertaking, many at the board's request. I would like to share that we launched a student survey yesterday to support the Bus Pass pilot development, and we have already gotten 2,000 responses. So I'm really looking forward to get some great data, but I'm happy to answer questions on any of the other areas.
Thank you so much, Vice President Drinkwine. I know you and your staff and Dr. Romali have been diligently working on this, and it's been a priority of yours and Dr. Romali's since she started. So we certainly appreciate that. Item 9.1, annual approval. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The update. Sorry, back to the
Trustee Intuk.
previous agenda item. On the Bus Pass pilot, just to clarify, we're looking at partnering with Long Beach Unified, Long Beach State, and Long Beach City College on some type of model, right?
What we're doing is because all three agencies are very interested in finding reduced cost opportunities. Long Beach Transit has shared that they're very interested in serving our needs in the community better. So we're partnering to find opportunities to achieve even lower costs than are currently offered, even with the savings program. So I'm excited about that to arrive there. And Transit's interested in identifying all three of our agencies' needs. They are re-examining all of the bus routes that are critical to our students to make sure that they have the capacity and that those bus routes have speed in serving our students. And so they're doing that holistically with the other two agencies, so that by coming together, we're increasing our purchasing power and allowing Transit to better serve our needs specifically, because it really pays for them to be able to say that they're serving our educational communities.
Did we provide Long Beach Transit like a schedule of classes or a time block that we have the most students on campus?
We have shared the time and ridership of our current Viking Voyager shuttle with them. We have shared with them the heat map that shows where our students reside, and so that they can identify the routes that are taken by the most number of students enrolled.
And then I get a couple more questions. In the survey, did we ask what time of day do students prefer the buses, in the morning, midday, or in the evening?
I'm sorry, I can't recall. I know that the survey was created to be a smart survey in that depending on what options the students selected, it would guide them to the next level. But I can't recall that. But I will say this, that we are able to gather the data confidentially, but by students, so we can identify with, in participation with Heather Van Valkenburg, that level of data. So that we're not reliant just upon the survey to be the sole source of this data. By combining the data, and we created the questions purposely, so by combining the data with the data we have elsewhere, we can really get some robust data.
Yeah, I guess I'm looking in for the temporal element of it, because I know that students have expressed an interest in on-demand requests like Uber or Lyft as to assist getting to school, but you know, everybody has different schedules, and so it's like, where's the bulk of people? Are they 3 o'clock on Wednesdays and Thursdays that the need is there, or and I guess maybe in follow-up assessments we can get a better idea. But maybe you can share, did Long Beach Transit have any input on the on-demand request or an app for connecting with last mile, Uber or Lyft, like the students are interested in?
They have not presented a proposal related to that. I will share, though, that they are in the midst of a conversion to an app for their bus passes, which is exciting. And that with this pilot program, one of the elements is that we're going to be able to access ridership data. So I really look forward to being able to come back to you at a future meeting with loads of data.
And then on the student housing, when is the RFP going to be released? Or has it already been released that's described in the report? Or is it still in development phase?
I'm so sorry, which RFP?
Sorry, for the student housing feasibility study.
Thank you. The student housing, we had developed a really complex RFP. And as part of that development, sought expertise in the identification of homeless students and the wide range that can be with housing insecurities. And we were able to identify an expert who lives right here and serves Cal State Long Beach in our backyard. And what was exciting about that is that we realized that we probably have access already to a lot of data, and that with additional guidance we could refine that data, so rather than just having one giant RFP, we can develop an RFP that's really specific. And so we've actually changed focus. We're having a meeting coming up with this expert, and forgive me while I shuffle through my page to find
Dr.
her
Crutchfield.
name. Thank you. With Dr. Crutchfield, and that's going to influence as we move forward, that we now understand that we needed to break up this RFP into really specific pieces. First, how do we identify our students who are homeless or with housing insecurities? And then once we understand that, what are the community-wide solutions that we are accessing, that we could access? And then third, as part of the solution, what are the housing opportunities? So we have split that up now into conceptually 3 ideas, but I expect more refinement, because as complex as the issue is, I believe that the solution may be just as complex, but not presupposing that, but really trying to chunk it off into more achievable bites.
So once the RFP is issued, how long do you anticipate the report or information to come back?
I think once we really get going with Dr. Crutchfield, we would come back to you with any recommendations for a contract, absolutely. And once we start that process, I believe that we'll get information back very quickly.
I mean, in the RFP, do we say 90-day report back? Or is this?
Yes. If we move forward, Dr. Crutchfield, because she is such a specific expert, we would not necessarily need to do an RFP. She is the sole source.
Even in the contract, are we identifying the
Time frame would be critical.
Do you know what it is?
that's part of the meeting with Dr. Crutchfield, is
To be determined still.
to be determined. We want to make it as quickly as possible, particularly this step, because so many other steps are dependent upon it.
And then once that contract's done and we get the report back, we will know, should we have 2,500 units or 5,000 units, and geographically, where would be an ideal 3 or 4 options to have such a facility.
Correct.
That type of information would be
That kind of, for instance, if we have a student who is homeless, we need to be able to identify if that student is chronically homeless or falls in and out of homeless, and how often are those students enrolled with us, and how many units, and all of that will impact what kind of housing decisions we can make for them, or if that if a predominance of our homeless students have families or children or not. And it's those kinds of things that would have a direct impact on the identification of what kind of facility would best serve their needs. And so we're realizing that we need to identify that information, and right now we don't. Right now our students self-identify as homeless or not homeless, and we rely on greater statistics to identify a population. And this first step is to have a far more finite and specific identification.
Great, thank you. And on the North Long Beach feasibility study, so we didn't get any respondents or responsible respondents for the RFP?
We had interest from 6 different agencies. We received just one response. That one response we felt was not entirely responsive to the RFP. We are going to break up the RFP. That with North Long Beach, it's first looking at our data, and we recognize that we have a lot more data in our conversations with the City of Long Beach, that we have more data, so we'd like to split it up into an examination and analysis of that data, and then secondarily opportunities to have perhaps a joint use project out in North Long Beach.
Do you think reissuing it would be in the next month or next year? Or?
I would say that reissuance of an RFP would follow our next meeting with the City of Long Beach to further define where we are, and that I would expect it within about 30 to 60 days following that.
Okay. Last item on the thresholds for the community and student worker participation agreement. You had LACCD and Cerritos. Was there any threshold? One is very high and one is very low.
I will say that, interestingly, this is a topic that we're not just addressing, but at a recent regional CBO meeting, it was a topic of a discussion amongst all of my fellow CBOs. There is a huge range. LACCD has the lowest threshold of any community college in the state. I am still gathering data. There was a lot of discussion on what is the level for other community colleges. When I examined our projects were all $8 million and above. And so I will be able to identify that better for you and include it in a future update. I will not wait for the next board meeting to share that information with you. I will share it with you, I anticipate, within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
And final question. I know at the facility subcommittee meeting, the Solis group was going to provide thresholds. Did they ever provide that information?
They have not yet completed their evaluation as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else? Are there any other board members? Item 9.1, annual approval for student trustee to receive compensation for board meetings. This is a recommended action that the Board of Trustee approve compensation for the student trustee in the amount of 25% of the monthly amount paid to publicly elected trustees, or $100 per month, as submitted. This is an action item. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Baxter, seconded by Trustee Intook. Are there any questions, comments?
I have a question. Or Trustee Jones is first. Or has that hand up?
Trustee Jones.
Thank you guys for putting this on the agenda. I know I had requested to discuss these two items in general at the last board meeting on the 27th, and to speak to the policies that we are looking at today. Board Policy 2005, there was a recommended change that I would like to have included there. In paragraph 2, sentence 1, if the board would consider allowing the student trustee the ability to make and second motions, which would be in line with Cerritos College, sorry, not Cerritos College, Rio Hondo College's policy regarding the student trustee, and also within Education Code. It is a privilege that the board does have the ability to grant. So if the board would choose, I would love for you guys to consider making that change, as well as to the coordinating administrative regulation, 2005.2, sentence 4, to make the same change to change the language to include the ability to make and second motions for the student trustee, and then also to speak to board policy 20.
Trustee Jones, it's very hard to understand you. You might want to slow down a little bit. So can you restate what you're requesting? Thank you.
Apologize.
No, it's kind
I
of
get very
late,
excited.
and no, we want to make sure we're not missing any of your requests.
Of course. Again, speaking back to board policy 2005, if the board would consider making the change in paragraph 2, sentence 1, to include the language that the student trustee would be allowed to make and second motions. Again, this is in line with the Education Code that's stated on their policy, as well as in line with other districts. Most closely is the Rio Hondo College, and then also making the same change within the administrative regulation 2005.2, sentence 4.
Thank you, Trustee Jones. I believe that would be handled separately because what we're voting for here is your compensation, and I'd like to defer to Vice President Duran.
That's correct. And actually, Student Trustee Jones and I actually met today, so I do have his concerns, comments, and the changes that he wishes to make in that particular policy and regulation. And we will be working on seeing how that may or may not be able to move forward. This particular item before the board, though, is to simply authorize what's already in our policy and regulation regarding student compensation.
Okay.
Okay. And then if you guys would allow me to make another quick
What's
comment.
that?
May I make one more comment as well?
Sure.
Also, I do apologize if this was maybe not the right time. I did notice here on the description that we were discussing regulation 2005 and 2027, which discusses compensation. The compensation piece that I would like the board to consider would be, again, in paragraph 2, sentence 1 of board policy 2027, to increase the student trustees' compensation to equal that of 50% of the board, to a total of $200. And again, this is in line with Education Code, which would allow the student trustee to receive compensation up to that of a board member. And also, again, Rio Hondo College, which does currently have the student trustee at 50% of the board's compensation as well, at $200.
So let me make sure I understand. The motion that we have before us is to go with 25% of the monthly pay of $100 per month, and we have a second. So we have to vote on that, and then or would you like to make a substitute motion that we change this to 50%? Is that what you're requesting versus
Yes,
25?
if we could make a substitute motion or amend the motion on the floor.
Can the student trustee vote on this and make a motion? Because it is, is this a conflict or maybe we should ask our counsel who is here, Mr. Lipton, if you could.
Mr. Lipton.
My understanding is that currently the board policy does not permit the student trustee to make or second motions. Is that correct? So in that sense, the student trustee cannot do so, but his comments can be construed as a suggestion to other trustees to amend the motion, and another trustee could do that.
Okay.
But he
That
can't.
makes sense, Mr. Lipton. Since you're the maker of the motion, would you like to amend the motion, or?
Sure. Sure. I had a question of if it was the appropriate time, because my understanding right now we're taking the action that's required in the existing policy, and I don't know, do we need to amend the policy to allow us to do 50% versus 25%? Because I have read the Ed Code section that student trustees can be paid more and are paid more at other institutions, but I don't know if we can make the change right now, or if it's something that we should.
Well, it sounds
agendize
like
and
that. I'm so sorry.
And the only other question I had is, I think, is this part of what you recommended for agenda items last month?
Correct.
In the package of items, so
That's
that,
what I
which we
said.
haven't agendized yet.
Okay.
I think he did bring up these two policies, and
He
this
brought
is
them up, and they've been added to the list, and we are researching them.
Okay, so the suggestion is that we change the compensation, and that would mean that we would have to amend the motion to 50%. Would you like to amend your motion?
I'm amendable to amending the motion to 50%. I'm open to that, but I just don't know if we actually can do that.
Well, I mean,
Let me
Mr. Lipton.
apologize for interrupting, but I understand Trustee Entuck's comment, and I hadn't reviewed the underlying board policy, but if the underlying board policy essentially provides what is stated here in the motion, and if that amendment essentially would require a revision to the board policy, then that amendment would not be appropriate now. It would need to come back as a first reading to amend the board policy, and then the board could decide whether they want the board policy amended.
And I agree. I pulled up policy 2027, and it explicitly states 25% amount to be paid to $100.
Right, and from a Brown Act perspective, the public does not have notice that the board is considering a revision to the board policy. So in that sense also, it would not be appropriate to take on that amendment.
So I will decline the suggested amendment.
Yes, I also think we need to be careful when a trustee, by consensus, asks the superintendent to look into something, and we are looking into it, to then bring it forward before that has been looked into and be able to provide all of the accurate information to you is a little preliminary.
Okay. Trustee Otto, did you want to say something?
For all those reasons, and because I don't think we should do things, I'll give you a neologism, ad hocly. We should bring it back at the appropriate time and then vote on it. And we're not expressing an opinion one way or the other, but I agree with what's been said.
So should we continue this and bring it back with the policy? Because it is tied to the policy.
Can I
Per Ed Code, you will need to approve what is on what we have for policy by May 15th, and this would be the last
I
meeting for
see.
that. Is that correct, Mr. Lipton?
Yes, I agree with Mr. Duran that this is an action that the board needs to consider pursuant to the current version of the board policy. This is something the board needs to do annually.
Okay.
Yeah.
President Zia?
Trustee Jones?
Yes. And I apologize if this is inappropriate. From reading the agenda here, I believed that I was under the impression that this was the agendization of the item that I had requested, because the two items that I requested were specifically cited here. I apologize for being preemptive.
I thank you, Trustee Jones, and no need to apologize. I want you to know that your input is very, very prudent and well regarded. So this is the forum for us to discuss, and we welcome it. I will personally, when this does come back, I will support the 50% increase. Just for the record, I want to put that out there, and I would put my vote behind that. But with that, we can, and that's why I'm going to vote no for this, because I wanted a bigger increase for the student trustee. I think he works very hard and he deserves to get that increase.
Yes.
If you vote no, then there would be no compensation.
Yeah, we need to
So
vote
if
for
you
this in the
no,
meantime to get him
if this does
paid.
not pass before May 15th with the board, there'll be no compensation going forward until a new policy is adopted, which will still take a bit of time.
That's assuming it fails,
Correct.
right? Which I doubt it'll fail, but I just wanted to make sure. Mr. Lipton, you might want to be at the dais because you're our counsel, because we may have further questions for you. Please do feel free to be at the dais since that seat is open. Okay, if there are no other questions, comments, call for the vote. Madam Secretary? Yes.
Voice vote.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. You're right. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
For. All those opposed? I'm sorry, Mr. Otto, did you have a, was that an
said
aye or?
but I winced because I thought when you take a consensus vote and there's going to be one that's not consensus,
Yeah, I'm
if
going
it's a
to
burden-
call for the opposed. Right.
I'm recording.
All those opposed? Nay. And I stated my reasons why. Item 10.1, Academic Senate President's Report.
He's not here.
The motion passed, yes. Item 10.1, Academic Senate President's Report. I don't think we have an Academic Senate President present here. Item 10.2, Classified Senate President.
Yes, thank you.
Annie?
I just wanted to congratulate again President Reagan Ramali for getting the Servant Leadership Award from 4CS. It's well deserved. You've been a true leader in getting classified involved in shared governance and getting us excited about participating. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Classified Senate President Engel. Item 10.3, Board of Trustees reports. I will start with Trustee Otto.
Thanks very much. I was going to ask if I could go first because I can combine it with the next agenda item. And since all that remains is comments from trustees, and I think there's one other request to speak, but I have a table at the Women's Shelter fundraiser tonight with the congressman and Jim O'Donnell, McDonnell, and the chief of police at my table. And I've been getting texts from my wife that if I leave now, I'll still get to do something. So here's my report. I went at the early part of this month to New York City and attended the National Center for the Study of Collective Bargaining in Higher Education conference. There were two other members of the Long Beach City College family that were there for this. I also went to this event last week. It's a fascinating group that has done very little with community colleges in the past. They usually do with four-year institutions, and I've gotten to know the executive director real well, and I learned a lot. The keynote speaker was economist Paul Krugman, and he gave a fascinating talk. There was a lot of presentations on right to work because of the recent Supreme Court decision in Janus, United States Supreme Court decision in Janus, and the conference is entitled Post-Janus. And so there was a lot that I think that I learned and bring back to my experience here, and that's all I'll say in the interest of time.
Thank you for mentioning the reason why you're leaving, Trustee Otto. We know you have bigger and better places to go. Trustee Intuk, do you have a report you'd like to give?
I got a new phone today, and so I don't have my calendar or my emails to talk about things I've done the last month, but I know I have done stuff. The only thing I would say, I did go to a CCEJ training that was here on campus today for LGBTQ allies, implicit bias training, gender equity training, which was very good. About 30 faculty members participated, and I think it was a great result of the partnership that we have with CCEJ. Talking about training, the opportunities on campus to make sure that people are getting the best and the latest and greatest information. And it was really great to see so many people spend, 3 or 4 hours of their day in training. So I stopped by just briefly earlier today, and it was really well put together. But that's all I have for today.
Vice President Malauulu, would you like to report on your?
Yes. First of all, I'm sorry that it is 9:19, and the journalism students who I could see them right outside the door had to leave at 9:15, but I really wanted to welcome them here and thank them and Pat McKean for always making an appearance each semester at our board meetings. I think it's important not only to our college operations, but also to their development as journalism students. So maybe somebody can tell them I said that. A couple of things. On April the 6th, I attended an event in my district hosted by Councilmember Roberto Uranga, whose seat I occupy. He was a former trustee on this board, and he's now a council member for my district. And also Rex Richardson, council member for the 9th District. It was called Everyone in Economic Summit, and it was really interesting, the data they presented regarding, and we all know this because we are in academia, but to the access that people with college educations have to things like purchasing a home and purchasing a car and where they live and travel. So they did have significant data, which really justified a lot of the work that we do in the community. It was awesome to be there. On April the, sorry, I skipped one. April 4th, I attended the Building D ribbon cutting. And if you haven't visited the science building, I recommend that you do. The visual tour of being able to see the technology that is being implemented in our classrooms is phenomenal. On April 13th, I spoke at the Single Moms Empowerment Conference, which is an annual event. Robbie Butler is the founder of Ms. Single Mom, and she lives in my district. And she always invites LBCC students, mostly single moms, students who are single moms. Pat, you just missed me giving you guys a shout out there at 9:19, 4 minutes after you left, sorry. But anyway, so back to Robbie Butler. It was a great event. I've supported her event for several years, and this year she asked me to be her morning speaker. And the highlight for me was seeing our LBCC EEOPS program in the lobby there set up with a table. I didn't even know that that was going to happen. So when I walked in and I saw that, I was really happy to see the resources that are available. Also on yesterday, I had the great pleasure and privilege to attend the kickoff for the Center for Community Industry Partnerships, the inaugural members. We highlighted them. That was awesome. When I look at some of these names on this great list of people who are partnering with us, so many of them are small businesses that are owned by LBCC alumni, which is wonderful. Let's see. I want to make sure I don't leave anything out. I'd like to commend our great communications team on the awards that they've won. I love what's happening in this boardroom with all the different photographs and awards. It really is perking up the room, so I really appreciate that. Kudos also to Superintendent President Romali. You've really done really well and gotten lots of accolades from the community lately, so congratulations, you deserve it. I don't know what's going to happen with the student body elections that are pending, but to Trustee Jones, I know that you have one more, Student Trustee Jones, you have one more meeting in May, but I won't be here for the May meeting, and I don't know I don't have a crystal ball, so I know you're running to be our student trustee again next year. The May 22nd meeting, right, I know, I already know. So the May 22nd meeting, when we, I don't know if any of you know this, but we changed our meeting dates from Tuesday to Wednesday. And of course, our calendar was already set, but I have missed one meeting before because I was out of town, but I was able to teleconference in for the entire meeting, and it was great. I will miss the May 22nd meeting. I will not be able to teleconference in because my son is graduating that night. So I'm going to be at a graduation, and I hate to miss next month's meeting, but I just want to let you guys know. And to Student Trustee Jones, hopefully you're successful and you are able to be our student trustee next year, but if not, I want to thank you for your service. It's been a pleasure being on this board with you, and I wish you luck on your endeavors and certainly in the election. And I want to close with kind of a negative note. I don't like to do that, but I'm compelled to do that. I am a former part-time instructor on campus, and I was a very active member of CHI, the Certificated Hourly Instructors Union, which is, part of the larger LBCCFA, the Faculty Association. And I'm just really disappointed that we have not had a CHI report in several months, and that we haven't had CHI representation at the meeting. As a former CHI member, it bothers me. I understand that people are busy. I understand that the leadership is busy. But if the president can't attend, if the vice president can't attend, there is an executive board. But I do think it's important for CHI to be represented at the board meeting. So whoever sees this, if you guys can get the message out or let them know, I'm really discouraged to not have CHI here because that is my former union. And we do need to have that voice here. So I'm sorry to end on a bit of a negative note, but I think it's important. And, whatever needs to happen, we do need to have CHI report. Watch CHI be here in May, and then I won't be here. Anyway, good luck to all of our students. I know we had a spring break, and I know we had midterms. And as we, round out, I won't be here in May to wish you luck on finals. But I'll definitely be around, and I look forward to all of these semester closing events, and of course, my favorite day, which is commencement. So everybody have a great end of a semester, and I'll be thinking of you on May 22nd as my son graduates.
Trustee Baxter?
Yes, I'll try to be quick. Just a couple of shout outs. First of all, our professor, Colleen Sterrett, who received the 2019 Outstanding Educator Award from the International Sculpture Center. So this is a national award that Colleen has received, and she's gotten Guggenheims, and she's done very, very well, but congratulations again. Then I want to congratulate President Zia. She represented elected women in office at an AAUW conference, and I understand she did an outstanding job, and I appreciate her doing that since I suggested her for a speaker. Then I want to congratulate the 5 outstanding colleagues who will be recognized on May 3rd. Emily Barrera, Tammy Clark, Lee Douglas, Samira Habash, and Colette Samuel. And that's a really great honor, and I'm very, very proud of these. I also attended the Community Partners event with President Zia and Vice President Malauulu, and it was a fantastic event. I want to congratulate all the people involved in putting that on. It was really a classy event. It was funny, somebody said to me, thank God they have an awning here. So that has to do with facilities. And, just little things like that mean a lot to the public, because I have been at events, and I won't say where we're sitting out in the sun and you're practically dying of the sun. So thank you very much to facilities for all their work, and community relations for setting that all up. As I mentioned, I met with the LBCCFA. They were tremendous. I went to the foundation breakfast last Thursday, and our homeless group made a presentation, and Emily Barrera made a wonderful flyer with statistics on the number of students we have served. Trustee Zia, I think I gave you one. I hope I did. If I didn't, it's down here. But as a result of that, we got donations to our program, so that's fantastic. And then lastly, no, I don't. I have one last thing, and that is on May 16th, Vice President Malauulu will be dinner co-chair of the CCEJ Humanitarian Award Dinner, and I hope that the public will support us in this, and it's a wonderful organization. I happen to be on the board, and they do great things in our city, and I'm appreciative of Vice President Malauulu to having agreed to serve as the co-chair. Oh, and I forgot, the seniors luncheon is May 14th. Last month, I invited you all to attend. I have invitations here, but you have to tell me if you're coming because I'm not paying for a seat that you're not sitting in. Okay, that's it.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I lied. I said I was going to end on a negative note, and I actually skipped something. Let me end on a positive note. So last Monday, April 15th, I was at the last minute invited to speak at the Wrigley Area Neighborhood Alliance, which is one of the 3 neighborhood groups in my neighborhood, in my district. It was very last minute. I went in to speak, but I just want to commend Dr. Romali and the communications team because I sent her a text and I said, hey, they asked me to speak at the last minute. Do you have some material I can give? And within just a few hours, materials were delivered to Silverado. I'm sorry, it was at Veterans Park. Veterans Park, great information. The Conservation Corps of Long Beach happened to be co-speaking that night, and they took all the leftover packets that the residents in the district didn't take. So it was a win-win. So yay, I got to end on something positive. Thank you for that, and I appreciate you guys mobilizing so quickly to get the information and resources out. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Malulu. I am pleased to say that most of the items have already been reported on. So I won't take too much time, and it's 9:30, but I just wanted to really echo Trustee Baxter's remarks on the absolute impeccable job that our staff did yesterday at our community and industry partnership. We got these, if I can borrow this, Vice President Malulu, these great tchotchkes and T-shirts, and everything was so executed, so amazing, and it was with such excellence. I understand that I'm quite demanding, and as you saw earlier, I asked a lot of questions because I want to do a better job. I don't think I'm out of line demanding, but if I am, please do tell me. But you guys it's just not enough words can express my gratitude for how incredible you are, Superintendent President Dr. Romali. I've seen what it's like not to be as incredible as you, and I'm so grateful to God and to you for we're very lucky to have staff like this. Everything was just perfect. And I absolutely encourage members of the public and the community to take advantage of this. This is a very important partnership. This has been a vision of mine since I've gotten elected, and I'm really glad. Ideas are free, but execution's priceless, and you guys are the ones who made it happen. And to say just a few touch points on what it represents is that it's pretty much reaching out to the businesses we know and asking them to hire, LBCC and our students, give them an opportunity for internship, or if they're feeling so inclined, to mentor our students or provide scholarships to our students so that they have a pathway to success in their career. And we're not just looking at making our students college ready, but career ready, and that's the intent. And the reciprocal benefit for the businesses are that they're going to get incredible media exposure, not just through us, but they're going to have access. And as one famous president, unfortunately wasn't my favorite president, who mentioned access is power, they're going to get access to us, to our partnering agencies. We have Port of Long Beach, we have the airport, we have City of Lakewood, we have many businesses. So it's our own little public-private partnership for doing good for our students and making sure that we're investing in them locally, and that we make sure that they study, live, and work in Long Beach so we don't have a brain drain. So I really want to commend staff. I want to commend my colleagues and thank Vice President Malauulu and Baxter for being there and taking time out of their busy days to attend this press conference, and also shout out to all the mayors who came, including Mayor Robert Garcia. I have great hopes for this program. This is my baby, and I plan to take good care of it, and I'm really thankful that we have such great support behind it. My goal and a challenge to us is that we have about 1,900 businesses who do business with us, and imagine if each one of them hires an intern. We could really make a difference for our students. So I'm hopeful that we can put that challenge out to these businesses who do business with us and incent them to hire our students such that, you know, they will want to invest and do. Whoever does business with us will have to consider seriously hiring our students. I also want to mention, I hate saying this because my culture, you're not supposed to self-promote, and it's very self-effacing, but I was chastised for not bringing it up last time by many people in my community, and I was honored to be one of the Iranian American, the only Iranian American public official honored at the House of Representatives on March 26th, along with other members in the public sector, public service sector, but I was the only elected official they honored. I had the great honor of having House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and members of the House and Senate come, and it was on House of Representatives Speaker Nancy Pelosi's birthday, so it was quite special, and it was quite an honor to be there, and it is quite a privilege for me to be representing a community that is being marginalized at this time and has been, but really to be able to contribute and serve this great country of ours and come here and serve you and our students. With that, I'd like to conclude my remarks and move on to board travel. I don't think we have anything to report. Item 10.5, trustee committees. I don't believe we have any committee reports on that end as well. Item 11.1, trustees may request for items for future agenda items or reports, but by consensus of the board.
I have one item.
I heard you, Trustee Ntuk. I will call on you in a moment. This is a procedural and concurrence item, so it does require a consensus of the board. Trustee Ntuk, would you like to add an item?
Yeah, I know we've been looking for budget savings, looking at board travel. I'd like to request that we agendize at a future meeting policy 2002, health and wellness benefits for trustees and personnel commissioners, so that we can identify additional cost savings. And when we bring it up, I don't think there should be any more than a one-page summary with a table of, the 8 of us that are members and how much we're spending on healthcare benefits for each individual, and then we can start the conversation on what's the right amount. I don't think it's been revisited since, let me see here.
Yeah,
Many years.
We can.
Well, I guess 2012, so it was last time it was.
I'll ask if there's consensus first before I ask a question.
So I make a motion to that effect of agendizing policy 2002.
For next board meeting, right?
And that has to be next.
I believe we might be able to do it from.
Because Vice President Malauulu is not here, should we put it for the June board meeting when she's here?
Yeah, I didn't say a time. Sir.
Okay, I thought I heard next board meeting.
At a future board.
Okay.
I believe we can do it in June. I believe that information exists. I remember seeing it. If I'm wrong, I'll let you know, but I believe we do have that information already.
Okay, so if we can add it, it seems like we have consensus for
I'd like to call for a roll call vote on it. Since that was the advice we got.
A roll call or voice call?
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Trustee,
Yes.
just to be clear, procedurally, there was a motion. Was there a second to the motion as well?
Thank you. I didn't hear the motion clear. The motion is.
Sorry. Let me swallow some spit, get my voice back. The request was to agendize board policy 2002 to look for budget cost savings at a future board meeting.
Is there a second? Yeah, second. Seconded by Vice President Malauulu. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Passes unanimously. Oh, and one absent, yes. Item 12.1, public comments on non-agenda item. This is a A total of 3 minutes will be allotted to each speaker. We have one speaker, Pat McKean. Thank you so much for being so patient with us. I deeply regret not reordering the agenda. I should have known. And please, a big mea culpa on my part. Oh boy. Okay, good.
Help and the other staff members here tonight, the administrators and the other colleagues who are helping the students with their stories that are due May 7th. So they'll be contacting you if they haven't already in the coming days to get some details on the meeting. Also, Walter Hammerwold, my great successor, has continued the great Viking tradition of a lot of awards. And he gave me a list of awards to present tonight. This Viking newspaper last fall, under his leadership with Chris Viola, earned General Excellence again for print newspaper. Also, 5 individual awards. I'll read the quick list. A team feature, honorable mention in Sacramento, Alexis Turner and Cassandra Rochelle. Also, mail-in awards, news photo, first place for Sydney Frederick Selby. She also won second place, Sydney Frederick Selby, for news photo. And each college can only enter 2, so she dominated the contest by winning all the awards in that category, first and second. Feature story, also a mail-in award, Alyssa Vega, third place. And sports game story, honorable mention for Skylar Smith. I'm glad the record will reflect those honored students and the video they can see as well. Thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Pat. Really appreciate your patience with us. Item 13.1, second closed session is we don't have anything on that front. Item 14.1, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn this meeting. It will our next board meeting will be on May 22nd at the Liberal Arts Campus, Building T, room 1100. This room, and closed session will be at 4:30. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.
Nice meeting you. Same here. Hi, Josh Lipton. Mike? Your Vice Chancellor of Student Services, yeah. Mike, your trash. Hey? Gino was going to ask you to go. Trustee Otto's comments about taking it all out and maybe into the agreements. It's not all in the collective bargaining agreements, because some are in the management handbook. Correct. Right. But does the board approve the management handbook?
They will. I'm rewriting it. But yes, it does go to the board.
Yeah. So, and what about confidential employees?
They are wrapped into
the management handbook?
Yes.
So it's like a management and confidential handbook,
Correct.
maybe?
You know, think of it as an unrepresented
Yeah.
management handbook.
Yeah.
I need to get that updated because it's so woefully out of date.
But that's probably a better way to characterize it, because so it includes the confidentials as well.
Oh no, they absolutely need to do that.
Yeah.
Yes. So currently,
do they have a meet and confer group, like an organization?
Superless.
In management?
So there's a management association.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure that we've ever really given sort of representative rights.
Yeah.
They do elect the president. We each give our $10. There's bylaws.
Yeah. So you don't need to have an agreement, but you should have some like meet and confer and make sure.
Yes. So actually, what I want to do is rewrite a draft, bring in someone from that group, make sure there's a confidential. Make sure all the classified. Don't make it too big. So we can do.
Yeah. And they don't have a like a space in the board meeting.